Yo. Once I dreamt I was a butterfly. I forgot myself and knew only my happiness as a butterfly. Soon I awoke and I was myself again. Did I dream that I was a butterfly? Or do I now dream that I am a man? Yet there is a distinction between myself and the butterfly. This is the transformation of the physical. Persona is a series that I have quite a bit of background with. Hell, while they might be unlisted right now, due to them being pretty bad by my current video standards, the first few videos I made on my YouTube channel were all about Persona, from talking about my thoughts on Persona 5, to how cool I thought the main villain of Persona 4 is. But that's neither here nor there. Point is, Persona is a series I'm quite passionate about, and for a long time I've wanted to do a full retrospective on the series. I sort of tried to write a script or two around this in the past, many moons ago, but it ultimately fell through. But in more recent times, I've felt that itch to come back to this beloved franchise of mine again, and finally give it the attention I've wanted to give it for so very long. Beginning with the game that started it all, looking at not only it as a game and a story, but also at its various different ports, development history, and even at the often overlooked manga adaptation in detail. No stone will be left unturned. If that sounds interesting to you, then I ask that you join me as we dive deep into the collective unconscious, into the world of symbols, concepts, and archetypes. A place of shadows, demons, angel and god alike, and see what lays at the bottom of our collective mythos. Will we find ourselves there? Or perhaps only shadows on the wall of something more real than any of us shall come to know, as we take the very first steps into the complete Persona retrospective.
悪魔を呼び出した。ディスプレイから実体化するデジタルデビルと転生した恋人たちの戦いを描く SF ホラーアニメ決定版デジタルデビルストーリー女神転生。恋人たちよ、アスカへ帰れ。
So, before we jump into the development of Revelations Persona, or Megami ibunroku Persona in Japan, we first must take a look at the series this game, and would-be popular series, in its own right, originally came from. That being Megami Tensei, a series that started all the way back in 1987, way before Persona ever came to be in 1996. The series as a whole, from 1987 to now, represents a series of Japanese role-playing games, tactical role-playing games, action role-playing games, and, well, I think you get the idea. Including the mainline Megami Tensei games, Persona, and the many, and I do mean many spin-off series and standalone games, there's currently over 50 games at this point in the franchise, turning from a niche cult classic series in its roots to a major player in the video game scene in general, with games like Persona 5 exploding beyond anything that the series had ever seen before. But with all that said, where did it all originally start from? Well, it all began on September 11th of 1987 with the release of Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei on the Famicom. Megami Tensei roughly translates into Reincarnation of the Goddess in English. The game in many ways was similar to some of its ilk at the time. It was a role-playing game that saw you exploring dungeons from a first-person perspective, something that, while not at all common now, was quite common back then in this sort of game. It featured a turn-based combat system that saw you taking on demons, earning experience points that levels both of your protagonists up, those both being Japanese high school students Akemi Nakajima and Yukimo Shirasagi. However, what was quite unique about this game's combat encounters is that you had the ability to not just simply thrust all your attacks upon these demonic entities. You could also negotiate with them. You could try your best to persuade a demon to your side to join you in exchange for money, items, or magnetite, which is an energy source used by demons to manifest and maintain the physical bodies on Earth. The player could hold up to 7 summoned demons in their party at a time, them being able to help with combat encounters when summoned, though it should be noted that there are more mechanics to all this than simply grabbing them and using them as you wish, as their attitude towards you depends on the moon phase, which cycles through 8 phases from new to full in the game. Also, walking around with the demons in your party consumes magnetite, so there is a balance that you, the player, had to strike. But I suppose we shouldn't get too lost in the weeds of all this. Maybe we can if I make a dedicated video to the game in the future. But the main takeaway from this game mechanically is that ability to summon demons to your side in battle, as it was not only unique, it even being done before Pokemon would eventually come to have a similar combat, yet also unique system of its own in summoning monsters to your side, but so too would this mechanic come to define the entire series going forward. Well, that in this game's story. The plot of the game is about the smart-witted high school student Akemi Nakajima, who develops a computer program that allows you to summon demons from their realm. He initially plans to use this new power to unleash revenge on all those who tormented him at his school. However, the program goes haywire and ends up unleashing hordes of demons, commanded by Lucifer. So now Akemi, along with the help of his girlfriend, Yukimo Shirasagi, must now travel into the vast subterranean labyrinth and take on this horde of demons, defeat all of Lucifer's generals, and finally defeat Lucifer himself, so they can close the entrance to hell. All of which is pretty fucking metal. But more importantly, this concept of demons entering the real world and humans having to deal with them is yet another defining trait of this series, as well as what said humans and demons symbolize. See, something I hadn't brought up about the story yet is that Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, the game, was actually based on a trilogy of books written by author Aya Nishitani and illustrated by Hiroyuki Kitazume, with the first novel in the series being published on March 31st of 1986, the second on October 1st of 1986, and the third on February 1st of 1988. The novels were all extremely popular in Japan, and both the book's publisher, Tokuma Shoten, and its author would waste no time in trying to get the novel adapted into a multimedia series, starting with an OVA which depicted the events of the first novel, and then, of course, a video game tie-in. The concept was initially pitched to Nintendo, but they turned down the offer, however, due to the novel's mature themes and elements. It would then eventually get pitched and picked up by both Atlus as well as Telenet Japan, both making a version of the game. But not to get lost in the weeds of that either, the version that we're talking about is the one made by Atlus and directed by Koji Okada and written by Kuzunari Suzuki. The book's original author was also quite involved with the creation of this initial game, and while the game is by far a much more dumbed down version of the novel, the main character, for example, originally having quite questionable morality in the novel, he's pretty much a good guy through and through in the game, which is understandable. It was only a Famicom game after all. Limitations were pretty much at every corner of development back then. However, all the same, the game came out to much acclaim, with Family Computer magazine calling it a revolutionary RPG, and was a commercial success, allowing Atlus time and money to consider where they wanted to take the series next. It should be noted though, that it never released outside of Japan, since Nintendo had quite extreme censoring of any religious iconography or elements in games, so the game was considered unsuitable for localization. In spite of this, Atlus and the team behind this new fabled gem would come to create a sequel to it in the 1990 digital devil story Megami Tensei 2. However, instead of simply adapting Nishitani's work, now they would begin telling their own stories with this concept, following the story of an unnamed protagonist, exploring a post-apocalyptic wasteland, battling and recruiting demons as they are pushed into taking part in a conflict between the demonic forces of Lucifer and the army of the one true God. The sequel is also notable in that it was the first to introduce character and demon designer Kazuma Kaneko into the fold, with his designs coming to define much of the art style and signature look of the series, and yes, inside Persona as well early on. His monster designs, to gush here a bit, are simply magnificent, and even in these earliest renditions of these creatures, angels, demons, and gods that would come to bring the world of Megami Tensei and Persona to life is truly something. Apparently much of his work is inspired by the Godzilla films, as well as his desire to put his own twist on both Japanese and world mythological figures and entities. At any rate, following the release of Megami Tensei 2, Atlus acquired the rights to Megami Tensei as a series, so that they can continue to make more entries in the franchise, which is what would lead to their next title in the series being called Shin Megami Tensei, the title now being New Reincarnation of the Goddess, or New Goddess Reincarnation. This new part of the title would stick with the series forever after, as Shin Megami Tensei, released in 1992 for the Super Famicom, represented the new direction the series would be going in after. Now, we won't be covering the nitty-gritty details of SMT nor its sequel SMT2 today, especially since I already covered the nitty-gritty of SMT1 in this video. So if you want to learn more about that, you should just, check that out either after this or, take a pause and go see that now and come back. But all you really need to know for the context of Persona here in this video is from Megami Tensei 2 to Shin Megami Tensei 2, the series had really found its own, expanded upon its gameplay and mechanics in several ways. But perhaps more importantly, its story and general setting changed. We were no longer in the shoes of a high school student like the original novel, but instead more often we were in the near future, where the portal to the demon realm was now a world affair, with SMT1 dealing with the United States government ordering a nuclear attack on Tokyo to stop the outpour of demons from its own government experiments, a battle between Lucifer, a representation of chaos, and Yahweh, a representation of law, and our protagonist fighting through a post-apocalyptic wasteland to decide the fate of all mankind. It all again being pretty epic stuff. However, this progression of upping the stakes and the overall grandiosity of these tales would eventually lead into them deciding it was time to maybe slow down a bit and create a smaller scale story of all the concepts that they had crafted over the last 3 games. And the result of this would end up being the game Shin Megami Tensei If. Released in 1994 for the Super Famicom, SMT If takes things back to that original concept of a student summoning demons to get revenge on his tormentors. Except this time, that person doing it isn't the protagonist, but instead the antagonist. It takes place in the Karukosuka High School, where a troubled and deeply resentful student named Hazuma performs a forbidden occult ritual, using demonic powers to curse the school. As a result, the entire high school is sealed off from the outside world and transported into a demon-infested alternate realm, a twisted reflection of reality shaped by Hazuma's psyche. The building becomes a labyrinth of warped corridors, monstrous entities, and surreal landscapes that embody fear, guilt, and repression. I'm sure if you're at all familiar with the Persona series, even just a little bit, this is all starting to sound a bit familiar at this point. SMT If is in many ways the proto-Persona, with some people even calling it Persona Zero, with many concepts that we would continue to see in the series to this very day, all originating here. The player takes the role of a student trapped inside the school. Early on, you choose a guardian spirit, which subtly influences character growth and narrative tone. You are joined by one of the several possible companions, such as Yumi, Reiko, or Akira, each representing different emotional and philosophical responses to the crisis. As the protagonist explores the school's transformed wings, it becomes clear that the demonic invasion is not random, but rather a manifestation of Hazuma's inner torment. Once a victim of bullying and neglect, Hazuma has allowed his bitterness to evolve into nihilism and cruelty. The player must confront Hazuma, both physically and ideologically. The player must battle through demons, survive moral and psychological trials, and ultimately face Hazuma. And depending on your alignment, which is really just determined by which companion you picked at the beginning of the game, the ending will vary. I suppose that is a bit more SMT than it is Persona coded, with the whole chaos versus law root stuff that, again, I talk about in much more detail in my SMT video, but the takeaway here for retrospective purposes today is SMT If was the first game in the series to experiment with the concept that demons, these entities of myth, and the very world you find yourself in, not just simply representing philosophical or mythological concepts at war, but instead a reflection of one's own psyche, emotions, and perhaps the very fabric of their soul. There is, of course, other things that are fairly obvious connections to Persona as well, such as the setting of a high school, and the protagonists, being high schoolers because of that. And then we have the concepts of the guardian spirits, which in many ways are a conceptual ancestor to what would be Personas, as the guardians represent a metaphysical force guiding the protagonist. Guardian spirits are not personas mechanically per se, but philosophically they introduce inner spiritual archetypes, identity expressed through supernatural power, and personal development influencing the gameplay, even if in this case the personal development is mostly you dying in the game. Again, there is more to all of this stuff and some interesting differences in how SMTF works mechanically that we can get into another time, but all of this is simply to give the proper through line. The context for what Atlus, and notably director Koji Okada, was cooking up till this point, and how we eventually come to September 20th of 1996, when the world would be introduced to Megami ibunroku Persona, or, in English, Revelations Persona.
もしも僕が悪魔でも友達でいてくれますか？
悪魔、青春、RPG、ペルソナ、アトラス。
Persona, to give the most basic premise, follows a group of students from St. Hermillon High School, whose lives change after they play a ritual called the Persona game, which awakens their ability to summon personas, which are physical manifestations of their subconscious minds. Soon after, a strange phenomenon overtakes the city. Demons appear in the streets, and the city is entrapped in this strange hell. The core story then comes to center around a powerful corporation experimenting with technology that taps into the collective unconscious, allowing thoughts, fears, and desires to reshape the very world around them. The protagonist must explore warped versions of familiar locations, uncover the truth behind these experiments, and confront enemies that often represent distorted human psychology rather than that of simple monsters. Gameplay-wise, you explore in first-person, grid-based dungeons, again like classic dungeon crawlers, mapping out locations, finding keys, and facing random encounters with demons, gaining experience, leveling up, etc. While we'll be getting into the combat system in more detail a bit later, it notably has a pretty different one from any of the entries before it, featuring an isometric camera view, where the positions of each of your 5 party members matters with how they can engage with the enemies. You may either fight these demons, or, like in previous SMT games, choose to negotiate with them. If you choose to fight them, you can use both weapons and guns, but your main weapon are your personas, with each character being able to equip multiple personas, each with their own spells and abilities, as well as elemental strengths and weaknesses. If you, however, choose to negotiate with demons, you can end up getting spell cards, which can be used to fuse new personas, replacing weaker ones. Personas can also level up and learn new abilities if you keep using a specific one a lot, gaining you access to more powerful spells, buffs, and debuffs. That is the basic concept of the game, but there is of course much more to the game than simply that, and much of that comes from both its core concepts, as well as its use of Jungian psychology as a new sort of perspective from which to view pretty much everything in the game from. Director Koji Okada frames Persona as an intentional pivot for the company, and SMT as a franchise, it having started development almost immediately after SMT If, which was extremely popular and well received, but with it being a game that would now be released on the brand spanking new Sony PlayStation, Atlus smartly wanted to create a game that this platform's new audience could jump into without prior knowledge or numbered entries getting in the way. The goal was to keep the same Atlus DNA and creative direction that they have come to be known for, but packaged so that newcomers could ease themselves into it. This new game would be designed as a spin-off that could experiment with tone, setting, presentation, and human drama without being forced to look/feel like a mainline SMT game. They would end up taking about a year just really getting the whole concept down as something concrete, and it apparently went through at least 20 drafts. The mission statement, according to Okada, was to create a game about emotional relatability, but the game would come to use the high school setting again. As he notes, it's a familiar setting to most, with ties to adolescence, but so too is it perfect for a story that would come to be about confusion, conflicting values, and coming of age. Classic Megaten often used real places. Persona intentionally doesn't. Okada said they wanted players to feel this is your town and your high school, so they avoided anchoring it to Tokyo or any named location. It feeds directly into Persona's broader psychological framing. The game wants you to project yourself into the setting, with artist Kaneko describing the protagonist as essentially the player's blank avatar. Okada also notes that in the same interview that I've been sourcing from this whole time, that he and his team knew there was an expectation that Megami Tensei games were the RPGs with demon contracts, but says that they wanted a stronger human drama feeling and more developed human characters. So they chose to focus on humans and express demon appeal through Persona instead. And that design decision would be one of the biggest forks in the franchise's history, with Persona keeping the supernatural bestiary, again all designed by Kazuma Kaneko, but reframes them all around the personal psyche rather than external pacts with demon entities. This tying into the larger use of Jungian concepts, like that of the persona, which Okada notes, quote, "If you translate persona directly, it means mask. We all have another personality within us. That's one of our basic ideas for this development." So why don't we quickly come to understand where this term persona, and in turn, where many of the new reframing of demons and supernatural elements in the game come from. Carl Gustav Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who established analytical psychology, a model of the psyche that extends beyond ego-centered consciousness and incorporates unconscious processes, symbolic meaning, and psychic totality. Jung began as a collaborator of Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis Sigmund Freud, but eventually rejected Freud's reduction of psychic life to instinctual drives, especially sexuality. Freud conceptualized the psyche as a conflict-driven system made up of the id, a reservoir for instinctual drives, primarily sexual and aggressive, the ego, a reality-oriented mediator, and the superego, an internalized moral authority. Jung rejected a drive-centric structure in favor of a symbolic and functional differentiation, made up of the ego as the center of consciousness, the persona as social adaptation, the shadow as the repressed personal unconscious, the anima/animus being the intermediators, and finally the self being the psychic totality. The aim of psychological development in Jung's system is wholeness, not moral perfection or symptom eradication. And most noteworthy for this game is the concept of the persona, which Jung defines as the portion of the psyche adapted to social life. Quote, "The persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself, as well as others, think one is." Unquote. The term is derived from the Latin persona, meaning an actor's mask. Jung emphasizes that the persona is necessary, but partial, noting, quote, "The persona is a compromise between individual and society, as to what a man should appear to be." Unquote. To put it in the most simple of terms, it is the many masks that you wear when dealing with others. You wear a different mask when talking to a loved one, a different mask for your friends as compared to your enemies, a different one for how you would deal with your boss versus your coworkers, a different one for how you would deal with strangers, and perhaps even how you present yourself to others in general, online versus IRL, from one website to another. We all wear dozens, if not hundreds of masks, all of them parts of our total personality and self is the idea. And this so too ties in with the concept of the shadow, which consists of those aspects of our personality that are incompatible with the conscious self-image and are therefore repressed. Quote, "The shadow personifies everything that the subject refuses to acknowledge about himself." Unquote. However, despite its name, the shadow is not synonymous with moral evil, as while it can be an opponent to the psyche, it being those thoughts you don't wish for others to know about yourself, your weaknesses, or aspects of yourself that you swallow down or may even reject. They can, however, be the place from where creative power is gained. Jung repeatedly stressed that the shadow contains both negative and positive elements, and in many ways, the persona and the shadow are directly linked to one another, with the persona being the adaptation to social norms, while the shadow is a sort of compensation for over-adaptation. And in the end, Jung believed that facing the shadow is unavoidable for psychological maturity. Quote, "To become conscious of it involves recognizing the dark aspects of the personality as present and real." Unquote. Now, in relation to Persona the game, these concepts are utilized in quite a few key ways that we'll talk in more depth as they come up. But in general, the concepts of personas being the different masks that we wear to deal with social situations has quite cleverly been repurposed in the game to be the different masks that you wear to fight off different demons, with each persona having different abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Much like each one of the social masks that we wear have different strengths and weaknesses in a abstract sense. Each character is able to switch between the different personas to best match the foe or situation that they'll be facing next, meaning there is now a tactical strategy to which persona that you use, emphasizing something which you may have done socially without thinking about too much. this mirroring Jung's idea that identity is situational and fluid, just like each battle in the game is situational and fluid, and that psychological health requires flexibility, not fixation. Just like in the game, your party's literal and psychological health now requires flexibility and not just sticking to the same stuff for every situation. Each character also has their own affinities, incompatibilities, and consequences for misuse, and this mirrors Jung's warning that over-identification with psyche roles destabilizes the ego. Mechanically, this appears in the game as stat penalties, inability to equip certain personas based on which character that we're using, and loss of effectiveness, showcasing that not anyone can wear any mask, but that there are ones they are better suited for as well. Just as I suppose in reality, there are masks that we feel comfortable with or excel in, as well as those that we don't or never will choose to wear. There's also, of course, the more basic idea that as you face more trials in the game, you'll end up gaining more experience, becoming stronger, and in the Jungian sense, get closer to individuation. That is, the lifelong pursuit of integrating shadow, persona, and unconscious contents into oneself, becoming more psychologically whole. Perfectly imperfect, you might say. The final thing to note, and what is ultimately the thing that connects all of these concepts, like how exactly each one of the characters we play as summons these personas, as well as the crux of the entire game's plot, that being the Jungian concept of the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious is one of the most influential and controversial ideas developed by Carl Jung. It represents a deep layer of the human psyche that is universal, inherited and shared by all human beings, distinct from personal memory or individual experience. Beyond what we have already just gone over, Jung divided the psyche into three main layers. The ego, that being the center of conscious awareness, it containing thoughts, perceptions, memories, and emotions you know you're experiencing, and closely being tied to one's identity. Then there is the personal unconscious, wherein forgotten, repressed complexes, traumas, or subliminal material is contained. And then finally, underneath all of that would be the collective unconscious. This, as opposed to the personal unconscious, is not at all personal, nor is it acquired through experience, but is instead an inherited psychic structure in us all, and therein, the collective unconscious resides archetypes, the fundamental patterns shaping human perception, behavior, dreams, and myth. It being a sort of blueprint for how humans perceive the world, experience emotion, and construct myths, religions, symbols, and stories as a whole. Jung came to the concept of the collective unconscious through studying and understanding identical symbolic patterns appearing in ancient myths, indigenous religions, medieval alchemy, and modern dreams of patience with no exposure to these sources. Again, almost as if no matter which part of time you choose to focus or study in, a basic print was always there, an invisible structure of sorts. You also notice that people in psychotic states like psychosis or schizophrenia sometimes accessed extremely archaic imagery, far beyond personal memory. Jung concluded that these images must come from a deeper, universal layer of the psyche, and it's from this deeper universal layer that Jung believed all archetypes come from, including all the concepts like that of the persona, the shadow, and the self we've already discussed, but also archetypes that persist in both reality as well as all of our stories throughout history. That of the hero called to adventure, to descend into trials and confront some form of chaos, darkness, or the shadow, and by journey's end transforms into a more wise being. Or that of the mother, which had a duality, one of nurture, protection, and life-giving, and the other being the devourer, smothering, and destruction. the trickster or chaos bringer, the fool and clown and deceiver, etc. I could go on, but I imagine you get the point by now. But the larger point here is that the collective unconscious cannot be accessed directly, unlike that of our own memories, but is instead revealed through our dreams. Myths, religious symbolism, art, fantasy, psychosis, and creative inspiration. Or, to put it another way, it speaks in symbolic language, not logic. Now, in the context of Persona, the game, this concept is treated as a real metaphysical system that actively reshapes reality, wherein human belief, fear, and archetypal imagery materialize demons for the party to face, them all being summoned not from hell or some demon realm, but from the collective unconscious. And while in SMT, demons and mythological characters from every culture were included because it simply added to the variety in the game, here this is now recontextualized as being symbolic of the collective unconscious pulling from every culture that there ever was. The personas that you take on now are not just simply the mask that you wear to fight these demons, but they are also archetypes filtered through the ego, meaning that they look the way that they do because they are pulling from the primordial concept of these archetypes and then being filtered through the egos of a bunch of teenagers who, of course, would imagine them as a bunch of cool-looking monsters. This also applies to all of the monsters that they fight as well. Each dungeon in Persona also reflects the collective unconscious as well, with each not just simply being a location, but a psychic interior. Hospitals and the fear of mortality, corporations and dehumanization, schools and identity formation, castles and power fantasies. Again, matching Jung's idea that the unconscious expresses itself spatially and symbolically. You are, in a sense, then, walking through the unconscious, not exploring geography in the game. There is more to discuss with this, but I wanted to at least lay the groundwork for what exactly we are dealing with here. It's a game made up not only of the contents of a previous series of games that already dealt with concepts like demons, mythological creatures, human philosophical debate, and symbolic spaces made up of one's innermost psyche. But then it's also been painted in a brand new coat of, well, paint through these Jungian psychological themes, as well as you'll come to find its very own blending and mending of ideas and concepts unique to it. All of this is contained in this 1996 PlayStation 1 game. And the most magical part is, in all honesty, so much of this, while it's really cool to know about contextually, to see just how cool and interesting the blending of these ideas and the application of a psychological ideas repurposed through gameplay purposes is, it's all mostly background stuff, scene dressing, thematic through lines, and not at all necessary to understand and fully appreciate the story and gameplay underneath it all. But beyond all that is a gripping story, an extremely fun game that I think we ought to now look at in more detail at this point. If you want to play the game for yourself and experience it based on everything I've told you thus far, feel free to do so, because from here on out, we will be spoiling and analyzing the game deeper, starting with the story. Our story starts at the St. Hermillan High School in the fictional town of Mikagesho, where we meet the main cast of the game, featuring the likes of Maso Inaba, or nicknamed Mark, who is a class clown and troublemaker, yet all the same a friendly dude who takes pride in his graffiti artwork, can be found all throughout the city. The instruction booklet found in the PSP version of the game also notes the following about him, noting, quote, "Son of the owners of Inaba Dry Cleaning in town. Thanks to his mother's pampering, he's a spoiled young man who doesn't listen to anyone. He hates that his mother calls him by his childhood nickname of Massey, so he makes his friend call him Mark. His desire to get away from being a mama's boy leads him to conspicuously rebel against her whenever possible, unquote. Then we have Kei Nanjo, or nickname Nate, who in the manual is noted as, quote, an extremely self-confident heir to the wealthy Nanjo family. He's very smart, but his arrogant, pragmatic demeanor acts as a wall between him and his friends. His butler, Yamaoka, rather than his distant parents, was his biggest emotional support when growing up, as well as the chief source of his current confidence, unquote. He is also well known for his distinct scarf with the number 1 on it, symbolizing his goal to become the number 1 man in Japan, no matter how fucking goofy it looks. Then we have Eriko Kirishima, or Ellie, according to the manual, quote, she is a student who recently returned from her stay in America. Her striking features, due to her 1/4 American heritage, and her elegant demeanor make her popular enough at school that there isn't a student in St. Hermillan who doesn't know her. She's slightly eccentric in her fearlessness and keen interest in the occult, unquote. Eriko is always extremely enthusiastic, and later is over the moon as she unlocks the ability to use personas. Yukino Mayazumi is also distinct looking with her short-cut hair and much longer skirt, which are holdovers from her more rebellious days. As the manual notes, quote, she is a reformed girl gang leader whose frank personality and strict manner of speech leads other students to rely on her as a sort of big sister. Her part-time work has given her a maturity and level-headedness that other students lack, but when it comes to her most admired and idolized teacher, she has a hard time keeping her cool. That teacher is Sayako Takami, the homeroom teacher of Class 4. Class 4 in particular being known for its collection of problem students, including the protagonist and all of his friends. Her spirited nature, however, has won their admiration, and she has them firmly in her hand, but is understanding and warm towards them as well. Another one of these so-called trouble students would be Hidehiko Yusugi, or fucking Brown for short, which according to the manual is, quote, a shifty guy who's bold around timid classmates, and timid around bold classmates, to the point that he'd never defy them. His skill at getting ahead in the world makes him well liked by his teachers, but since he devotes himself to totally projecting an image of strength, he's terrified people will learn of his weakness, unquote. Then we have Yuka Ayase, which the manual describes as, quote, a frivolous girl who tries to act like a stereotypical high school girl in real life. She doesn't bother thinking about anything difficult, and insists on living for the moment. But she wonders inside if that's really the best way. Though she has a sharp tongue, it's hard to hate her, even though she tends to make trouble for those around her, unquote. And then of course, there is the protagonist, Yu, nameless outside the one that you impart upon him. Even the manual itself simply describes him as a second year in Class 4 at St. Hermillan High. He acts as the player's alter ego. There's a bit more to him than that, but we'll talk about that more later. But no doubt, just based on these basic descriptions, you probably started to notice that these characters all seem to have some core trait about them, a sort of flaw, some greater than others, but nevertheless something that you could say holds them back just a bit. Something we'll no doubt get into a bit more later, so for now, hold a pin in all of them for a bit. The game, as I noted quite a bit earlier, starts with this group attempting to play what they call the Persona game, which plays out like a ritual where everyone walks around the room and recites an exact incantation. Some of them are more interested in this than others, but at first, nothing seems to happen. But then, suddenly, the ghostly figure of a little girl appears to them, and then, rather suddenly, they all lose consciousness.
Help me.
What the? Yukino!
And all have the exact same dream. A dream where they meet a well-dressed, masked figure named Philemon, who gives them each the ability to summon personas, reflections of their own personalities. Now, I didn't get into it before, but this figure Philemon is too yet another aspect of Jungian psychology, or more specifically, a figure which Jung once described meeting in a dream. Jung described this being as, quote, Philemon and other figures of my fantasies brought home to me the crucial insight that there are things in the psyche which I do not produce, but which produce themselves and have their own life. Philemon represents a force which was not myself. In my fantasies, I held conversations with him, and he said things which I had not consciously thought, for I observed clearly that it was he who spoke, not I. He said I treated thoughts as though I generated them myself, but in his view, thoughts were like animals in a forest, or people in a room, or birds in the air, and added, if you should see people in a room, you would not think that you had made those people, or that you were responsible for them. It was he who taught me psychic objectivity, the reality of the psyche. Through him, the distinction was clarified between myself and the object of my thought. He confronted me in an objective manner, and I understood that there is something in me which can say things that I do not know and do not intend, things which may even be directed against me, unquote. Bro really said it came to me in a dream, but wasn't joking. All the same, in the context of the game, Philemon represents the same sort of entity, a figure which exists beyond the human, and yet is still its advocate. It's important to note that Philemon isn't necessarily God, but more so a living concept, watching, observing, giving mankind the knowledge and tools by which they may determine their own fate. But he himself will not interfere beyond giving you this, which ironically enough wraps around to him being much like a god, like that of the Christian God, as you could interpret this giving of a gift as that of God's gift of free will onto man. With it, they now have the ability to create their own destiny. It can be used for good or for evil, as it is but an objective power, and in the end, God doesn't interfere with man's use of their free will. But it is nevertheless the key for which your full potential can be realized, in the same sense as individuation is a mirror of this concept, with the actions one takes and the use of that gift being one's own. The primary difference being that God is both man's creator and his greatest advocate, whereas Philemon is simply his advocate. But all the same, the connections are still there. At any rate, after our protagonists meet up with Philemon and are imparted with this gift, they wake up and the group decides to go and visit their friend Maki Sonomura, who is bedridden in the hospital. So enters the next primary character of the story, and without a doubt, it's most important. The manual describes Maki as, quote, she is a kind, polite girl whose repeated, lengthy hospital stays have sheltered her from the world. She's currently confined to her own hospital bed, where she's been for the past year. According to classmates who visit her often, she seems to be doing better lately, and some think she may be able to return to school soon, unquote. There is more to her, but we'll come to see together what that more entails exactly later. Regardless, her dialogue and expressions read like she is speaking as though she is half awake and half sleeping / dreaming. During the group's visit with Maki at the hospital, suddenly the town they reside in is now beginning to change, and demons begin roaming around the streets, and in fact, Kei Nanjo's faithful butler, Yamaoka, ends up being killed by a horde of zombies shortly after Maki is abducted and demons flood the hospital, this being a key moment for Nanjo, who was heartbroken by Yamaoka's death, as he was one of the few people who truly cared for him. Yamaoka makes Nanjo promise him that he will become the #1 man in Japan, which Nanjo of course promises. It's also here where the party comes to understand what Philemon meant by them having the powers of Persona, as they then all summon them up in their desperation to defeat the zombie horde. Maki's mother tells the party at this point that this is all the fault of the company CBEC, which is short for Psyche, Electronics, and Biological and Energy Corporation, whom she is an engineer for. She tells them that the company's president, Takashiya Kandori, is using the DIVA system, or the Dimensional Variable Accelerator system, to alter reality. The machine itself is designed to create a special space allowing for the matter within it to shift into special forms. It is a machine capable of turning human imagination into the physical, i.e., it has access to the collective unconscious, and Kandori is trying to use it to become a god. After this revelation and taking Maki's mother to the school, the only place in town that is safe from demons for now, the protagonist's actions decide the course of the story, as there are technically two completely different routes in this game to choose from, that of the Seebeck route and that of the Snow Queen quest. However, the main story is the Seebeck route, whereas the Snow Queen quest is sort of a strange DLC route, before such a thing existed, I suppose. So we won't be talking about the Snow Queen quest till far later in this video, but for now I suppose remember it for later. At any rate, so the party decide under the main storyline route to go and take on Kandori and stop his plans from using the Diva system through using their powers of Persona. Along the way, the party ends up splitting up, and we end up meeting with Maki, who is not only miraculously recovered from her bedridden state, but is also acting very chipper, and as the party notes, kind of strange and just not really like herself. Maki, meanwhile, is quite confused at what they mean, and she doesn't seem to even remember being in the hospital for over a year. The city of Mikagosho itself is also enclosed by towering, featureless walls. These walls are not merely physical barriers, but they also symbolize psychological enclosure. And at this point in the story, we then have the choice that, truth be told, is not very well laid out to the player. But our choice is who will be our fifth party member, as no matter what, the party will always have the protagonist, Inaba, Nanjo, and Maki. But the fifth party member can either be that of Brown, Erika, Yuka, or a hidden fourth option that we'll talk about in a minute. However, the way that this is presented to you may have you end up getting Brown no matter what, because simply put, you are not given all of these options at the front. You instead meet up with Brown first when you go to save Mark from the police station after he was captured alongside him, and you will have the option to have Brown join your party at this point. And if you say yes, you are now locked in and cannot change your mind when you meet up with the other party members. If you refuse for him to join your party though, you can encounter either Eriko or Yuka in different spots around town and recruit them after this. But because most people will probably be conditioned to just say yes when someone asks to join your party, most will more than likely be stuck with Brown if they don't know about this choice ahead of time, which I would say is a bit of a design flaw in how the game structures this choice. But oh well. None of them are a bad choice, mind you, it's just certain pieces of dialogue are obviously exclusive to each character as the story progresses, and they all have their own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to what sort of weapons they can use and what sort of personas that they favor over others. However, I also noted that there is a secret fourth option, a character who we have yet to showcase. That being Reiji Kido, an antisocial transfer student who almost never shows up for class, and who is revealed to be the half-brother of the aforementioned Kandori, Reiji being the son of Kandori's father and his mistress. Reiji blames Kandori for all the misfortune in his life, and thus has been waiting for his chance for some time for revenge to take Kandori head on. However, he will only join the party if certain prerequisites are met in the game. I won't go into detail with all of that, you can just read or watch a guide for that if you want to. But basically, you have to interact with him, his mom, and several other NPCs in a certain order before all the demons even start showing up in the city. And then you must decline the offer from all three of the other characters for him to finally be an option to have in your party. Reiji, being the half-brother of the main antagonist, as you might imagine, does end up having some pretty interesting dialogue that's exclusive to him, but he's also notable gameplay-wise in that he has the ability to be successful in demon negotiations with almost all of the demons. Again, I'll get into the mechanics of that a bit later, but not everyone is meant to be good at negotiating with every type of demon, but Reiji just has that magic touch or something. He also has access to several unique high-level personas, including the highest level persona in the game, Lucifer. But on the flip side, he also has the lowest number of highly compatible personas to use. Again, I'll explain this all in detail a bit more later, but to put it in basic terms, you get access to the best personas later on in the game with him, but earlier on it's going to be a lot more difficult, and the personas that he can use, he won't be as efficient with in the beginning than other characters would be. This kind of being a way to balance out him being better at negotiations and having better personas later on. At any rate, no matter who you end up choosing, or accidentally choosing, the group will head directly to Seebeck at this point to confront Kandori. Kandori reveals why he intends to become a god. He views humanity as weak, inefficient, and untrustworthy of shaping its own destiny. He sees free will as something too often wasted, as so many use it to simply pleasure themselves, or their own desires, instead of progressing society into the future. And thus he views humanity's gift of free will as ultimately inefficient, and believes that by reshaping the world in his image, the world will finally be ruled by strength, efficiency, and absolute control. Through his hands, mankind will atone. He no longer sees individuals, only inefficiencies. He doesn't care who he sacrifices in this goal either, and this comes to a head when the party end up facing Kandori in front of the Diva system. Just as Kandori and his head scientist Nikolai head into the Diva chamber, Nikolai betrays Kandori and plans for them to both disappear into nothing in this chamber. Kandori then pleads with the party to stop the system, and they all have rather mixed feelings on it. Maki pleads for the protagonist to turn off the system, as she doesn't want any more deaths, and Mark doesn't want the old man, Nikolai, to throw his life away, just to take down Kandori. After all, they can all just as easily beat him up without dying too. While people like Brown just want to fucking cheese it out of there, and Nanjo thinks that perhaps they should respect Nikolai's wishes in letting him sacrifice himself along with this dangerous machine. You as the player have the choice in what you want to do. However, in the end, the system is stopped and Kandori is saved when a mysterious little girl in a black dress saves Kandori, calling him her daddy, and she takes Kandori and the whole party into an alternate reality version of their world, the other side. And it's here that we begin to understand that despite Kandori using the Diva system to impart his will upon the world, it seems as though there is another whom the system is responding to far more strongly. That person being Maki. While they are in the other world, the story progressively reveals through fragmented memories and symbolic environments who Maki is, or perhaps rather was. She was once upon a time very active, upbeat, socially admired, and confident in both herself and her future. Or at least that's how she presented herself. In reality, she is a girl who has been in and out of the hospital all of her life. And in recent times, she has been bedridden more and more often, missing out on school, friends, and life in general, forced to not just physically be stagnant, but also emotionally and socially. As time went on, her friends would visit less often. Conversations grew more awkward with the passage of time, and soon the admiration many once saw in her turns to pity, the crippled girl, the broken girl. And soon, with time, a heavy silence replaces inclusion, all of which internalized within Maki, making her believe in some way that she had truly become invisible. And this emotional abandonment would prove to be far more painful than any physical hurt being sick and bedridden had provided her. All this pain, fracturing of the psyche, and strong emotions is perhaps why the Diva system took to Maki, and why the world started to become a reflection of her mind, and not that of Kandori's. This fracture, just as the collective unconscious, had made concepts and myths into real beings, and so too did it make real beings out of her fractured psyche, with her broken mind being reflected and there being 4 distinct versions of herself. The first being the real Maki, bedridden and sick. The second being the one that finds herself in your party, the ideal Maki, a representation of what Maki once was, what she wishes to be again, and in some way, the ideal Maki is also a personification of the concept of the persona itself. That is to say, ideal Maki is the mask that she wears, the persona she wants everyone to see her as, despite the cruel reality of the world making that impossible. In that sense, this is not a totally good fractured element, as it also rejects all pain, and more importantly, reality, instead living in fantasy to be able to exist at all. And yet it is also totally not bad either, because it also represents Maki's positivity and what her free will hungers to strive for, a positive figure. On the other hand, there is Aki, the girl in black, who largely represents Maki's inner darkness and the trauma she has. Aki hates the healthy world, and hates others' happiness because in her mind, it is cruel and unfair others get to be happy while she suffers, under no fault of her own. Her sickness stripping her of the ability to even be able to have fun with her friends. Aki represents those dark thoughts so very often repressed, so often ugly, but brutally honest all the same. That anger that comes from feeling abandoned by others' happiness. That feeling that maybe others only visit her out of pity or some sense of obligation, and how even that may one day come to an end, as they are allowed to live their lives and she is left to wallow. Aki is a perfect personification of the Jungian shadow, and its ultimate goal is for all the world to suffer, just as she has. Finally, then, there is Mai, whom the party ends up finding in a gingerbread house in this other side world, lost in the forest where she is hiding. Mai represents Maki's innocence and suppressed memories. Mai notes how her and Aki were once the same being, but were split apart when a piece of Maki wanted to help in Kandori's plans to destroy humanity, it representing the darkest side of her repressed emotions and identity. And while many get confused over this part, wondering then what aspect Mai represents in the Jungian sense or concepts, often coming to the conclusion that these three, ideal Maki, Aki, and Mai, instead must represent the id, ego, and superego of Freud's works. I personally disagree with this conclusion. While it certainly can be read as such, remember what I said before when Jung said the shadow is not always adversarial or totally bad, and that it could even be a place from where creativity is expressed. Well, I believe that Mai is a personification of just that. After all, Aki and Mai were both once the same being, right? I believe Mai, like Aki, is a personification of the Jungian shadow, but instead of representing feelings of resentment, anger, sorrow, and a yearning for others to suffer like she has, Mai represents feelings that Maki has repressed that are more so connected with helplessness, but also that of her creativity. After all, this entire other world manifested through the Diva system, this version of the city, the lost forest, and the gingerbread house that she resides in too, all of this world was originally created by Mai herself. Mai represents, in many ways, the reality that in spite of her disability, of her sickness, Maki is still capable of creation. She is capable of great things, but she is also repressing these things because they represent new masks, new personas for her to wear, when she is still so very attached to the ones that she had before, that of the ideal Maki, and thus her shadow is split in two, because she could not accept that change, and in some small part would almost rather fall into despair, into the darkness, than to rebuild something, to create something new now. Aki and Mai are both personifications of the shadow, because both are ultimately hidden behind the veneer of the ideal Maki. But you might have noticed that all three of these Makis, these fractured pieces, cannot exist without the others, them forming a sort of perfect trinity around the real Maki, because they are, in truth, all her. They are all a part of her. Her positive and negative emotions, who she presents to the world, and who she really is on the inside. But because of her emotions and her perpetual stasis, physically, emotionally, and mentally. They have festered into separate entities here in this world of the unconscious, and it was perhaps that stasis, that stagnation of the very soul, that gave strength to Aki, the darkest aspects of Maki, to help in Kandori's goals, as in his desires for perfection and the end of most of humanity, this world that he hungers for, efficiency brought to the highest extreme, will be one devoid as well of individuality, free will, and more than that, happiness. It will be a world devoid of any emotions. After all, emotions are weakness in the eyes of Kandori, and for Aki, Maki's darkest feelings, that feels more fair, because then at least they would all suffer as she has, or feel nothing altogether. This results in Aki creating the monocausal on the other side, where the hospital is located in the real city, a place that can only be entered with Maki's compact mirror, with Aki holding one side of it and Mai holding the other. That too is significant, as this mirror is something Maki always has around her neck, and it is symbolic of her reflection, her identity, and it being broken in two, again being another visual metaphor for her fractured personality and sense of self. So the gang gotta go and find Mai in the Lost Forest in her gingerbread house, where she hides from Aki and the whole world as well, and get her half of the compact in order to gain access to where Mana Castle is, and is ultimately where Kandori is residing in this other world as well. However, before that happens in the story, when our party first arrives in the other world, they find that there is a huge wall erected between their city, with one side representing Mai, with the Lost Forest being here, and the other side representing Aki, with it holding Mana Castle. So to get to the other side of the wall, you gotta use the subway tunnels. But in order to do that, you gotta get past the dangerous beasts down there. The Aki placed there specifically to stop you from going through. But in order to defeat that beast, you gotta go get the Expel Mirror from the Historical Society. But then once you do all of that and are able to defeat the monster, you'll find that many of the roads on the other side of the city are blocked off by debris, forcing you to have to pass through the black market. Only problem is, people who go into the black market never come out, as decreed by what the residents here refer to as the Harem Queen. This ultimately forces you through a dungeon into the Queen's inner chambers underground, in order to escape this place. However, by dungeon's end, you come to find that this rather bizarrely named Harem Queen is actually a fellow classmate and friend of Maki, that of Chisato Kasai. Chisato is actually Mai's best friend from middle school, and they're both members of the St. Hermillion's art club. However, Chisato at some point had begun to get a complex with Maki as they went into high school, and she wasn't as popular as Maki with the boys, and Maki was just more technically skilled at painting than she was, and thus would end up winning more awards than she did. This made Chisato grow envious towards Maki, and at some point, when Maki seemed to have a crush on a classmate named Yosuke Naito, Chisato took her chance to finally one-up her friend, by asking Yosuke to be in a relationship with her before Maki ever grew the courage to ask him out, and then began bragging all about this to Maki, what a wonderful boyfriend Yosuke was, the relationship having started out of jealousy and spite instead of love. Chisato expresses all of this to the party when they reach her chamber in her palace. She also reveals that she was initially kidnapped by Aki, or the Black Angel as she refers to her. Aki then gave her a magic mirror that allowed her to make any wish that she wants, and with it she built this palace and gathered shirtless handsome young men to be her followers. However, there was one catch with this magic mirror. With each use of it, she would grow more black moles on her face, tarnishing her beauty and reflecting her own twisted desires, or shadow perhaps expressing itself through her selfish actions. However, after a back and forth and a boss fight, eventually Chisato admits that while she might have started her relationship with Yosuke out of spite for Maki at first, she did grow to truly love him, and now hated the person that she had become. Maki, or the ideal Maki, ultimately forgives her, and through the use of the magic mirror, Yosuke is able to be transported into this place. And despite her freakish appearance, her ugly actions now reflecting reflecting upon her mug, Yosuke still loves her and accepts her for who she really is, which ultimately breaks the magic mirror and returns her back to her normal appearance, and allows everyone to walk out from her palace. If this whole section sounds like a mixture of both Persona 4 and a Persona 5 dungeon, then you really wouldn't be far off with that. While technically the entire game on the other side is kind of Maki's Mine Dungeon, which is very similar to both of those games as well, this particular section definitely feels like the more insular, one-off stories of those games, to be sure. At any rate, now that you're able to traverse Aki's side of the map freely, the party then advances to Mana Castle, only to be stopped by Aki closing the door, with the only way to open it being to get Mai's half of the compact. However, once you reach Mai's gingerbread house in the Lost Forest, you find that Mai is very scared and not really willing to give up her side of the compact, since it's the only protection that she has against Aki, who again she knows was once part of her. Mai needs some convincing, and how you choose to answer Mai's questions is extremely important, as if you say the wrong things, you'll end up triggering a battle with her and fighting her giant teddy bear, and thus getting locked into the bad ending of the game. While if you pick all the right things, you will progress to the good or true ending of the game. But since we're already here, we might as well see what the bad ending entails. Mai will ask you a series of questions. Those questions being, won't I be safe if I hide here? To which, if you want the good ending, you must answer, stop hiding. You will then ask, why are you trying so hard? To which you must answer, for everyone's sake. You will then ask, what are you living for? To which you must answer, to find my reason. If the protagonist answers correctly, Mai will give the party her compact half. If you, however, choose to tell her to stay behind or answer any of these questions with, I don't know, then you'll be sicked by her demon Mr. Bear, and upon defeating it, Mai will seal this other world, trapping the idealized Maki and preventing any further progress. The real Maki's fate is left ambiguous, but it implies that she remains hospitalized, potentially for life, with no resolution, and the game ends abruptly, nothing concluded or resolved. However, assuming that you're not a total doofus and just answer the questions correctly, then the game's story will continue into its finale, tying all these things together and its themes reaching their ultimate conclusion. But before we jump into that, perhaps it's time we stop ourselves for a moment and more deeply look at how you will mostly be interacting with this game's gripping narrative. The gameplay. Yo, this video is sponsored by me. If you've been enjoying this video thus far, then please consider liking, subscribing, and commenting if you have any thoughts about it, and being sure to hit that hype button if you're on mobile. All of which help me out in the algorithm, so that these big passion project type videos can get more reach. I really appreciate it. I also have a Patreon where you can watch videos like these early, sometimes an entire month before others do, as well as exclusive videos, behind the scenes stuff, and uncensored versions of videos as well, should there be any problems with them here on YouTube, all for as low as $5 a month. I do all the script writing, researching, editing, and gameplay for videos like these. It's a one-man show, which is a huge time sink and a ton of work, and even just a few people joining each month to either my Patreon or via channel memberships if you prefer that, helps in making sure I can keep this whole ship going. If you happen to like my stuff enough to want to support me and all that I do, then I thank you in advance. I also want to give a big shout out to all of my great night owls for their extra support, including Emil Renoff, Fujoshi Cake, Anon, Hexmea Arcana, Spark Saturn 1731, and ATB Enjoyer, as well as a personalized super special thank you to all of my arch owls for their maximum support, including the cute cat pick profile UT Ranez, the daring dark pro fox, the bold big mango, the stunning somber Devante 06, and the lovely Leanne Loves Christ. Thank you all so very much. But now, on with the show. Persona, like its SMT predecessors, is a turn-based RPG, and while it has many things in common with its father series, it also has some rather unique traits for itself as well. Starting with the similar stuff, you'll find yourself mostly progressing through the game in 3 main modes. The first being these parts where you just control your character and interact with rooms and environments. You can usually talk to NPCs, your party members, and open treasure chests, etc. in this mode. And this is usually the gameplay style that cutscenes take place in as well, though it is usually reserved for important story beats or smaller rooms, as the main way you'll be traversing this game will be through this first-person dungeon crawling. This is pretty much the exact same sort of travel as seen in the Shin Megami Tensei games, though with this game being on the PS1, you did have the advantage of some higher quality visuals. However, all the same, be it the hallways of your school or the corporate halls of the Seaback building, the strange places you'll find yourself in on the other side, you'll find yourself slowly mapping out floors, as your map is always at your side to help with navigation, while you find switches, doors to rooms or save points, or progress usually in the form of stairs upward or downward to further floors. Besides this, you'll also find yourself traversing the town of Mikagasho, be it through your or the other world's versions, walking from one dungeon to the next. Again, not unlike that of SMT. Either way, outside of a few select areas, no matter where you're at in traversing through, you'll be pulled into the other main gameplay type of Persona 1, that being random encounters with demons. These battles, however, unlike SMT, which was completely fought through a first-person encounter, these battles take place on a grid, sort of similar to that of Final Fantasy IV, where you can see each one of your party members and demons on an isometric angle, and depending on each one of your party members' placement on the grid, which you can set up in a few different positions for them, will determine the range of all their attacks. While it may seem complex, it is admittingly not too difficult once you sort of understand how each party member works, and what each of their core strengths are, such as Maki always having a bow and arrow, and usually having personas that do well either with healing, or whom have magic abilities that will hit everyone in their position no matter what. So it's often a good idea to have her in the back, so that she gets maximum range with her bow, and yeah, just is able to work the best back there. While someone like Mark is far more aggressive, and pairs well with what I'd call a sort of brawler type persona, so it's useful to have him near the front. This also means that your choice on which party member you get from earlier on in the story does matter, because each have some strengths over the others, and this is even more so the case when we apply that to which personas each party member can use. So, unlike later Persona games, namely 3, 4, and 5, where the only one who can change personas is the protagonist, while everyone else is stuck with the one that they get from the start, in Persona 1, each and every Persona member can change their personas, meaning much more customization in your core party, and the Persona comp of the game. This thematically kind of works a bit better as far as the Jungian stuff goes too, because it would sort of make sense that each character has multiple personas, masks that they use just like anyone else, and so this customization option works well thematically too. That's not a dig against the later Persona games, mind you. In fact, it's a core mistake I find in analysis of the later games and relying too much on just Jungian concepts, that while apparent and easy to apply here in Persona 1, the other games after this one do start to diverge a bit in some interesting ways worth exploring when we get to them. But the short version is, there's a thematic reason everyone can change their personas in the first few Persona games, and there's a thematic reason that only you are able to change it in 3, 4, and 5. Anyway though, while every party member can change personas in this game, it is still important to note that they cannot use every persona, as each party member has a different core arcana that defines them, and depending on that core arcana, they will be aligned better with some personas more than others, showcased through either good, which means that they can use them but not to their full capacity, worst, which means they cannot use that persona at all, and best, which means that they are most well aligned to them and can use them to their full capacity, meaning that there will be obvious choices for each party member as you level up and encounter more demons, which does sort of help you steer in the right directions with each party member, though each party member can always have up to 3 personas in their roster at a time, meaning if you want to make sure there is at least always 1 or 2 people who have healing abilities between battles, that will be more than easy enough to do. It also means more customization in that you could have multiple personas be damage dealing types, while also several people have healing personas or ones that have more buff and debuff abilities, since you can also use a turn during a battle to switch between any one of the 3 personas that each one of the party members have equipped at a time, adding to the strategy of the game, and again, more party customization. Different personas have different spells, with many having different elemental spells, but also different elemental weaknesses too, meaning that some personas can wipe out other types of demons easily, making them valuable, but could also have several weaknesses that makes them far more of a sitting duck depending on the battle and what sort of demons you're fighting. This keeps things fresh as you encounter new demons. Keeps you on your toes, you know? Don't want to get screen nuked by a fucking toilet demon, do ya? Nah, I didn't think so. These elemental spell weaknesses can go the other way too though, as some demons and personas that are highly efficient in a particular element like fire, wind, ice, holy, dark, etc., when attacked with said element, will either absorb the attack and gain health from it, or, more severely, they can actually reflect that element back at the spellcaster, meaning that while yes, you can use some sick screen nuking spells in the game, you can't just be throwing that around willy-nilly all the time. After all, there might be 1 or even many demons that will reflect that attack back onto you, effectively killing you instantly if you happen to get caught in a situation like that. Of course, once you fight a demon, you can learn what they're weak to, as well as what they're strong to, etc., by analyzing them. You can then account for that and use your spells accordingly, but it's still something to keep in mind all the same. There's also a bunch of status elements you can either inflict on your enemies, or can be inflicted onto you. Some examples would be freeze, which freezes you in place, poison, which poisons you and makes you lose more health with every turn, stone, which turns you to stone, blind, which brings down your hit and evasion rates, guilt, which makes you feel too guilty to attack, happy, which makes you so happy that you skip your turn, terror, that makes you too scared to fight, and may even cause the demon or party member inflicted with it to leave the battle, panic, which causes one to act in completely random ways, charm, which makes you turn on your party members and attack them, sleep, which makes you sleep and skip your turn, etc. There is a ton of these, and usually you'll either want to have at least 1 or 2 persona users have personas that can either apply cures through spells for these things, or you'll want to stock up on some items that cure them, so you don't end up having your whole party sleeping, frozen, high on life, and killing each other. Of course, these same status elements can also be applied to demons, so keep that in mind. And what's more, there are also various forms of buffing elements that can help you in battle as well, such as spells that raise your attacks, defense, or hit rate, or more specific ones like Fury that raises your attack and hit rate, but they cannot be controlled and will only attack with their melee weapon, or the opposite of that being Berserk, where magical attacks and hit rate are raised, but they too cannot be controlled and they will only be using skill or persona attacks. Then there's Puppet, where you can control a KO'd ally. Puppet can attack and use items, but not use skills, mind you. Or Counter, which automatically performs a counterattack when hit, etc. Of course, if you're in a pinch, or said demon is weak to them, you can always just use a melee weapon like a sword or an axe, that you can scavenge off of demons, with each party member having a particular weapon that they use. But you can also use motherfucking guns as well. Everything from shotguns, pistols, snipers, assault rifles, you name it, is here. How a bunch of teenagers in Japan are able to buy these and use these guns is, well, it's anyone's guess, I suppose. All the same though, all of these elements do make the combat pretty fun and surprisingly innovative for its time as well. It's easy to take it for granted, but at the time, there really wasn't anything that played quite like Persona 1, like at all. On the earlier note of different character arcanas though, I suppose I ought to quickly explain what exactly arcanas are and what each character in Persona 1 falls into with them. Arcana, or the Major Arcana, are in essence the 22 primary cards in what is called a tarot card deck. These different cards, such as the Fool, the Emperor, the Lovers, the Devil, Justice, etc., all represent a sort of story, symbolism, and in some cases, a kind of fate. While tarot cards are often associated with readings of the future and occult mysticism and what have you, when observed simply as they are cards that tell a whole story within an image, cast in symbolism, context, and subtext. In many ways, they are very Jungian, I suppose, despite them being far older than those psychological concepts, in the sense that they are kind of archetypes, as well, representing extremely human traits, so inherent to one's experience on Earth that in a Jungian sense, you could call them windows to the collective unconscious. After all, the collective unconscious supposedly can only really be seen through art and the like, right? Well then I suppose it's no wonder why Persona makes the rather genius connection to tie these two very separate things together under this same core piece of art that is Persona. Now, before we start getting ahead of ourselves though, it should be noted that Arcana, as they are used in Persona 1, is not nearly as significant as they would come to be used in later entries, particularly from Persona 3 onward, but even Persona 2 has more direct thematic correlation than Persona 1 does. For example, in Persona 3, every character who has a social link is connected to a specific arcana, and ranking that arcana up would not only progress their own personal story, but it would also help raise your bonuses and affinity towards persona of the same arcana, as well as each character symbolically representing that arcana in some sense. As to every one of the personas or demons that fall into that arcana, everything being layered in extra symbolism that will be fun to explore when we are talking about those titles. However, in Persona 1, this connection is not nearly as strong. In many ways, demons simply fall into an arcana because that connects to their specific race of creature, like beast, angel, bird, wild or spirit, fairy, etc. I say all this because it's not nearly as worthwhile diving as deep into this subject now as it will be later on in this retrospective. So instead, we'll be taking a bit more of a cursory look at it, in the same way Persona 1 has it in a more cursory fashion. We'll save the more detailed observation of all these arcana till we find ourselves in Persona 3. Now, as I say all that, watch as I now analyze arcanas in Persona 1 far more than anyone ever has or probably should. All the same, each one of our playable party members does have an arcana that they start with, that being their starting persona, as well as an ultimate persona that we'll talk about a little bit later on. So, with that said, which arcana do each of these characters have, and what do they represent, and what, if anything, could they say about these characters? Well, let's start with our protagonist, Yu. His initial arcana is that of the Emperor. The Emperor is the archetype of structure, authority, and manifested order. The Emperor often symbolizes the desire to control one's surroundings, and while at first this may sound like a negative trait, and it, like all tarot cards certainly can be, it can also mean great things. It can symbolize, in the negative, the want to control others, to dominate, no matter the cost. On the other hand, it can be an extremely independent trait, symbolizing one's want to take their own destiny and fate into their own hands, to control their fate through their free will. The persona he is given in the beginning is that of Seimin Kongo, as shown to be delivered onto you from Philemon himself, symbolizing its importance to your name and the persona and the mask that you wear. Seimin Kongo, often translated as the blue-faced Vara demon, is a figure that comes from Japanese Buddhist symbolism. He is neither a gentle bodhisattva, that is in Buddhism, a being whom is driven by deep compassion and a wish to alleviate all suffering, nor is he a cosmic Buddha, or a being that represents the generative force of the universe, figures, embodying infinite light, wisdom, and compassion. Instead, Seimin Kongu belongs to the class of wrathful protectors in Buddhism, beings whose terrifying appearances exist not to inspire fear for its own sake, but to annihilate delusion, ignorance, and moral decay. And I suppose given the themes of the game, and the fact that we are facing characters like Kandori, someone who very much represents all three of these things, that fits pretty well as us trying to help Maki in this world of delusions and decay of the soul, one might say. It all just kind of makes sense that we take on this Arcana as well as this mythical figure. This works even more so when you understand that Seimin Kongo very much represents the concept of how Buddhism confronts the darker forces of the human mind, not by denying them, but by weaponizing them in service of awakening, which again is very similar to the Jungian concept of facing one's shadows and all aspects of the self, good and bad, to achieve a perfect imperfection of self-understanding or enlightenment. Personality-wise, there really isn't much to go on here, since future Persona titles, even with voiceless protagonists, tend to have at least a little bit more personality in their actions or how they present themselves. Really, outside of that sassy-ass leg pose that we strike when we're standing still, and I guess us wearing one earring on our ear, there really isn't much to go off of, truth be told. Next, we have Maso Inaba, who belongs to the Chariot Arcana. The Chariot card represents triumph, movement, and conquest, but not through simply existing, but through inner control. Unlike brute force power, the Chariot represents direct will, the discipline required to move forward while containing opposing forces that would otherwise tear the self apart, as represented with the opposing forces carrying it forward, as you can see with the two different colored creatures that are in front of the chariot. In essence, it means that the chariot symbolizes the assertion of will over chaos. The persona given on to Inaba, or Mark, is that of Ogun. Ogun is a god from the Yoruba people in Nigeria. He was called the god of iron, having been the first god to show people the use of iron. He is often associated with that of labor, technology, war, and even the very roads they walk upon. Ogun symbolizes focused aggression, anger, will, and the strength disciplined into function, which I suppose does kind of connect with the Arcana of the Chariot, and that they both focus on the use of conquest and progression through direct and focused will to accomplish great goals. Now, how does that connect to Mark? Well, I suppose throughout the game, he is very often the most passionate and loudest of the group, unwavering towards villainy or his morals, and quite brave in the face of danger. He's a man of quick action, which could get him into trouble, and in fact it does quite a few times, representing the negative side of progress without a plan, and yet he does ultimately hold the goal above all else to save Maki from this nightmare, and is unwavering in this goal. Kei Nanjo is next, and he falls under the Arcana of the Hierophant. The Hierophant symbolizes institutional knowledge, spiritual authority, tradition, and the transmission of belief. Where earlier major Arcana cards deal with personal power and inner development, the Hierophant represents truth as it is taught, inherited, and formalized. And already it's not hard to see how Nanjo fits in with this perfectly well, as he is a man of facts and logic, and high education, him being the most mature of the group, perhaps outside of Yukino, as well as being extremely good at deduction, which helps a great deal later in the game when he reveals many truths that he came through by observing this world. However, Nanjo is also rather flawed in that his logic at times can be emotionless and dogmatic, which indeed are negative traits of the Arcana. The persona given onto him is that of Aizen Mayu, who is another Buddhist figure, sometimes referred to as the Wisdom King of Passion, who is yet another wrathful deity like that of Seimin Kongu. And unlike most Buddhist deities, who suppress or transcend desire, Aizen transforms desire itself into a path toward enlightenment. Aizen symbolizes the idea that desire is raw energy. When unconscious, it enslaves. When disciplined, it becomes power. He is also very much connected to sexual energy and how one transforms it into spiritual force, which is maybe why his persona looks, like that. Now, while the Hierophant feels perfectly aligned with Nanjo personality-wise, what Aizen Mayu represents for him, I'm gonna be real, it's not super apparent. Maybe Nanjo's just a little fucking freaky off screen or some shit. Though if I were to try and make it fit, I guess Nanjo also wants to become the #1 man in Japan. It's his desire and passion, you could say, and thus you could then say that that desire is what propels him to do all the things that he does. Next we have Hidehiko Yusagi, or motherfucking Browntown Remix, who falls under the Justice Arcana. The Justice card symbolizes objective truth, moral law, accountability, and consequence. Unlike cards that deal with emotion, power, or will, justice is cold, precise, and impersonal. In a psychological sense, it also represents the internal judge, one's self-honesty and morals. The persona given onto him is that of Nemhain, who is a fearsome figure from Irish mythology, best understood not as a goddess of physical combat, but as the psychological violence of war itself. You might even say that she represents PTSD that comes from war in a sense. More of a concept than anything else. Brown, named as such because in middle school he shit his pants, no, I'm not kidding, is a goof, and presents a strong front to others around him as he craves attention and wants to be seen as a leader. But ultimately, he kind of doesn't take anything that seriously either, and when faced with battle, he first panics and cowers in fear, with him having to kind of face up to that and become the person he imagines himself to be, and maybe just be more of his true self in general. I'll be honest, Brown is kind of difficult to make an exact connection to either of these figures on the surface, since I wouldn't say justice nor the psychological trauma of war really represents him all that much. However, under the hood, there is a bit more, as I'd say they represent less of an actual personality, and more so the battle of his mind. He calls himself the Great Brown, wanting to be someone people look up to, and yet the name comes from an embarrassing and perhaps traumatic event for him. He wants to be a hero and cool, and yet he panics in the face of danger, and is often the first to suggest fucking cheesing it when shit gets bad. So perhaps the justice represents the struggle inside of his mind, between his false personas and who he really is. I'll be honest though, this is me really trying to stretch things out to find stuff. But as I said, they didn't take all of this stuff quite as seriously as they would come to do in later entries. So Brown is perhaps a decent example of that, unless someone else has more to share analysis-wise with him and these figures. Feel free to share. I'd love to hear your thoughts on him and why this Arcana and this persona was specifically picked for him, if you have any theories. But moving on for now. Eriko Kirishima falls under the Judgment Arcana, which symbolizes awakening through reckoning. Judgment is about realization, the moment when truth is no longer abstract and the self must respond to it. It's also largely about self-acceptance, as well as self-confrontation. Judgment, in many ways, then represents the concept of self-enlightenment, and again, can also integrate Jungian concepts as a whole too. Her persona is that of Nike, whom in Greek mythology is the personification of victory itself. Not that of battle, but that of triumph at the end of battle. Eriko, I think, represents these things because, above everyone else, Eriko is quite confident in herself, and has the skills and knowledge to back it up. She has some pretty funny quirks, like how truly obsessed she is with the occult, and how she at times almost doesn't take these demons and things quite so seriously. Even noting how people like Kandori are acting just like a stereotypical villain from a comic or something. She is very metatextual in that sense, and easily accepts herself and the reality around her, adapting quickly. When she gets her persona, she assumes that she is the only one to have gotten one, and that she is now the savior of humanity, and in an instant, she was willing to take on that role, again tying back to the concept of the Justice Arcana and heeding the call, with Nike representing her victorious attitude, because while all this crazy stuff is happening and battles are going on, in her head, she and her friends have already won. That's how self-assured she is. She's also one of my favorites in the game, alongside our next entry, Yuka Ayase, who belongs to the Magician Arcana, which symbolizes conscious agency, skillful action, and the power to translate intention into reality. It is a card of doing, not wishing, not believing, not submitting to fate, but acting. It's willpower matched with ability. When balanced, this is creativity, initiative, and clarity. But when distorted, it becomes manipulation, trickery, or ego inflation. The persona given onto her is Hori, which is described in Islamic theology as inhabitants or companions of paradise. They are often associated with beauty, serenity, and peace, as well as purity. Now the thing with Yuka is, she's often considered rather shallow by many, as she's very much on the surface a bit of a mean girl. She's very blunt and is not afraid of just expressing what she thinks regardless of if it hurts someone's feelings or not. And while this can be considered a bit harsh, and to a degree it is, as shown in the game, is also a rather good trait as well, as she's confident in who she is, and more so than perhaps any other character, is willing to just be honest and not even put up a front or a mask, I suppose. Like the Magician Arcana, she has conscious agency over her actions and abilities, and yes, her beauty as well. And while it can lead to her at times having a bit of an inflated ego, this is also her strength, as seen in her persona, who I will say seems more like an exact expression of how she sees herself, which I find rather interesting, as while in a different game or series her ego might be considered her negative trait, it's more so her strength here, and rather instead, her negative trait is that of only living in the moment, rather than ever thinking about the future, which is a trait that she has to learn to overcome, as she understands that never thinking of the future can do harm to others around her when she never considers their feelings based on her blunt comments. However, on the whole, she's a pretty fun character personality-wise, and both her and Eriko especially shine through in the Snow Queen quest route. But anyways, on to the next character. Reiji Kido is next, and he belongs to the Devil Arcana, which symbolizes self-imposed limitation, attachment, addiction, and the illusion of powerlessness. It is not about evil in a religious sense. It is about enslavement to desire, fear, and habit, especially when those chains are voluntary. This already describes Reiji as you meet him in the game. He is a man who is attached to the concept of killing his half-brother Kandori, because he believes that doing so is the only way that he will be able to achieve something great, that his evil existence has been holding him back. And without overt spoilers yet, I suppose, this is ultimately a self-imposed limitation on himself, an illusion of powerlessness that is ultimately leading to self-sabotage. The persona given onto him is that of Brez, a figure from Irish mythology, best known as the King of the Tana Di Danum, whose reign becomes a cautionary tale about authority without legitimacy. So the story goes, Brez was of mixed heritage. His mother belonged to that of the Tana Di Danum, or the god/sovereign powers of Ireland, while his father is that of the Fomorian, often linked to chaos, oppression, or imbalance. Because of his beauty and noble bloodline, Bress is elevated to kingship, while the rightful king, Nada, is incapacitated. On paper, Bress looks ideal, handsome, legitimate, and impressive. In practice, his reign is disastrous. In Irish tradition, a true king must embody Fer Flavimon, the truth of rulers, justice, generosity, and right relationship between king and land. Bress fails completely and is eventually exiled from the kingdom. Bress symbolizes what happens when power is claimed through lineage or appearance, but lacks generosity, justice, and competence. Reiji also comes from mixed heritage in the sense that his father was Kandori's father, and yet his mother was only that of Kandori's father's mistress. Reggie also believes that Kandori is the ultimate catalyst for every bad thing that has happened in his life, not taking accountability for the fact that it was he who chose to never show up to school. It was he who chose to be rude and dismissive of others, and it was he who chose to walk the world mostly alone. Reggie lives with a chip on his shoulder, and in that sense, he must feel as though he is an exile from the world that was once his, or could have been his. He is just like Bress, in that he perceives himself as a victim of circumstance outside of his control, born into this world, but fails to take accountability for spiraling all on his own. Next is Yukino Mayuzumi, who outside of the intro of the game, she kind of just disappears throughout the majority of it, making the only way for you to see more of her story and to play as her more is through experiencing the Snow Queen route. Nonetheless, she belongs to the Empress Arcana, which symbolizes creation, fertility, abundance, and unconditional nurture. Where the magician initiates and the emperor structures, the Empress grows. She represents life in its fertile, sustaining phase, the force that makes things flourish once they have begun. This already works quite well for Yukino, as she is sort of an older sister to the group, and rather caring and almost motherly to others around her, which makes her all the more interesting considering her backstory of once being a thug. The persona given onto her is that of Vesta, a primordial Roman goddess, equivalent to the Greek Hestia, but in Rome she takes a uniquely public and political role, her sacred flame burning eternally in the Temple of Vesta, tended to by the Vestal Virgins. If that fire went out, it was considered an omen of disaster for Rome itself. Vesta was more of a domestic deity, representing the center that must not go out, the quiet, constant force that allows families, cities, and empires to endure. Where other gods conquer, legislate, or inspire, Vesta remains, which perhaps is best symbolized in Yukino's choice to stay behind in the high school, while everyone else went out to take on Seebeck directly. She stayed behind to care for and protect all the people there in the school, and again, it's why she has an even stronger prominence in the Snow Queen quest that takes place entirely within the school. Her flame from Vesta, in that sense, symbolizing her ability to maintain and fight off the colds that are overtaking the school and its inhabitants. Then finally, there is Maki Sonomura, who is the Priestess Arcana, which symbolizes intuition, secrecy, inner knowing, and the wisdom that cannot be taught directly. While the magician acts outwardly, the priestess waits, observes, and understands. She governs what is felt rather than spoken, known rather than proven. She symbolizes knowledge behind the veil. The persona given onto her is Maso, a major deity in Chinese folk religion and Taoist Buddhist syncretic practice, revered as the goddess of the sea, navigation, protection, and compassionate intervention. She is most closely associated with sailors, fishermen, migrants, and coastal communities, anyone whose life depends on crossing forces they cannot fully control. Maso does not command the sea like a ruler. She guides people through it. She embodies the hope that care and watchfulness exist even when nature is overwhelming, which I suppose is specifically what the ideal Maki, the persona of the real Maki, wants the rest of the world to see her as, to represent, a force that helps those through the dark, which ideal Maki does indeed do throughout the other world, and eventually through the sea of souls or the collective unconscious. A sort of form of compassionate intervention, guiding one through the sea. But, needless to say, while obviously not every Arcana has reps like in later Persona games, and is not given nearly as much focus as them either, I hope that I've illustrated that they also are not devoid of meaning in Persona 1 either, which is an assumption that I assume many have since I've never really seen anyone else analyze the Persona 1 characters under the Arcana and Persona context, since you can see many of their arcanas and mythological creatures directly symbolizing the characters' core personalities, philosophies, or their personal struggles in some sense. All of which is made even more interesting when you come to see what each of their personas eventually evolve into by the end of the game, with their ultimate personas, and what those symbolize too. But I suppose we should save talking about all that to a little bit later. We were talking about gameplay stuff after all, right? Remember, after all, while all these personas are what they start out with, they can still take on new ones, as I said earlier. These all just represent who they were and symbolize at their core, at the very start of their strange journey. But you obviously want to give them some new ones for handling the game's challenges as the game progresses. Of course, with all this talk of using different personas for each party member, the question then follows how you actually get all these personas. And while you might think it would be similar to SMT games before it, or the Persona games that came later on, where you can just simply negotiate with demons or shadows for them to join your side, instead of just killing them in battle, and while this is technically true here, it's also technically not true. If you are successfully able to convince a demon to join your side in this game, they won't just simply join you, but instead they'll give you their spell card. Now you might be thinking, oh, okay, so now that I have their spell card, I should be able to use them now, right? I mean, don't be too pedantic. Well, no, not at all in fact. See, this is where the mechanic of the Velvet Room comes in. The Velvet Room is a space between dream and reality, consciousness and unconsciousness, and home to everyone's favorite long-nosed, well-dressed weirdo, Igor, as well as a piano player named Nameless, and an opera singer named Belladonna. Igor is a servant of Philemon, and here to help you on your journey, much the same way he does in future titles, though here he is given a much smaller role than he is given in 3, 4, or 5. Yet still, this place between places serves the same core purpose to fuse and create new personas for you to use, also similar to the Heretic in SMT1. However, here you will need at least 2 different spell cards from different demons to fuse a new persona, which for many may be a bit confusing, considering I'm sure most would assume if you're able to convince, say, a Pyrojack to give you their spell card, you would then be able to use Pyrojack. But no, you will then need to get a separate demon spell card to then be able to fuse a persona for any one of your party members. A persona that will be completely different from either one of those demons that you just convinced to give you their spell card. Now, it may sound like I'm complaining, but I only really wish to point this out because it's so very different from other more popular Persona and SMT games. But once you know how it all works, it's pretty simple to wrap your head around. But on a personal level, I will say that I find it to be less engaging or intuitive than simply seeing a Jack Frost on the field and saying, hey, I want that Jack Frost, and really trying to collect them. Whereas here, if you want Jack Frost, you're just gonna have to hope that some of the other demons that you collected will eventually amount to you obtaining it through that means. I would suggest, of course, though, if you're looking to make some specific personas in the game, that you simply just look up a guide for which demon combinations you need for which persona, since nowhere in the game itself can this info be found. Or, you know, you can play the game like I did and just simply try to recruit every demon that you're able to, and then visit the Velvet Room often to see what you end up being able to make from those combinations. That, in addition to just making sure every party member has some sort of persona that works best for their Arcana affinities, and is somewhat progressively getting higher and higher leveled and more useful abilities. Doing that pretty much carried me through the whole game just fine. So you really only need to hyper focus on this stuff, again, if you either want to get very specific persona, or if you're playing the game on hard mode where this sort of thing may be a little bit more necessary for keeping ahead of the game's difficulty curve. Or I guess if you're looking to obtain every persona in the game, in which case, I think it's pretty obvious a guide will be necessary for that. There are more mechanics to this, of course, like different spell cards working better or worse than other spell cards. The moon cycle, this graph that shows you how stable or unstable incompatible spell card combos are, adding an item into the persona fusion, allowing said persona to learn new spells, raising some of its stats from the start, or even simply to create a completely different persona with it. You can really get lost in the weeds of all this stuff, but it's best to just simply look at it like a recipe book. But for mythological entities that are the personification of concepts from the collective unconscious perceived by teenagers. That is to say, if you just look up what ingredients are needed for which thing, you'll be just fine. On the note of convincing every demon you can though, there's a bit of a mini-game when you engage a demon in conversation. A gauge will pop up with 4 main traits: eagerness, anger, happiness, and fear. Depending on what you say to them, it will trigger one of these 4 to increase until they reach their limit. If you raise a demon's happiness to its peak, they will be inflicted with the happy status element and will more than likely skip their turn, essentially incapacitating them for a bit. If you raise their fear, they can straight up run away from the battle. If you raise their anger, the battle will continue and sometimes they can even get off an extra attack on you. But if you raise their eagerness, then you can gain the opportunity to make a deal with them. This deal can either be them giving you their spell card for fusion in the Velvet Room, if you're a high enough level for that, mind you, or you can simply ask them for some money. There is a bit of strategy to this all as well, as while you may not be able to always be the right level to collect their demon spell card, if you find yourself in a pickle of a situation, low on health or SP, etc., or just find this enemy at your level to be a pain in the ass to deal with, because, trust me, there are some pretty brutal enemies depending on what level you find them at. You could always at least get them to at least give you some money by talking to them rather than fighting them, so there are some reasons to talk to them outside of just getting spell cards. But it is admittedly more situational, and most of the times you just want their spell cards. Of course, then there is the question of how do you know what to say to get a demon to do any of these things? And the answer to that is, you fucking don't. Good luck, dumbass. Jokes aside, the way I suppose you would find out in the game is simply by trial and error, trying out different things from different characters, since each party member gets 4 different conversation options. However, since you have 5 party members, each with 4 different answers, meaning that there's always 20 different answers to give to any one demon, and it only takes fucking this up 3 or 4 times to completely ruin your chance at getting them to join your side for that battle. The more fair answer, though, is if you really want to get these demons quick, you probably just want to look up a guide to find out exactly what to say to manipulate these demons any which way that you want. Well, kind of. Most of the time, you can manipulate them into doing exactly what you want, to always make sure you say the right thing to make them eager to join you. But sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes the demons will just be pissy little fuckheads and decide not to join you. Or options that would normally make them interested will instead make them happy or even angry. Sometimes they'll ask you a question that is kind of hard to know the right answer to, as their logic and personality is kind of all over the place, making this whole thing effectively random, and you kinda just gotta roll with the punches and take the L in the conversation sometimes. Now, I've heard some say that this is not random, and that this is affected by the moon cycle in the game, something that you'll no doubt notice in the corner of your screen. The moon cycle is a mechanic that comes from SMT, and while it certainly does affect things like fusion results of demons into personas here, and it certainly can have some effect on demon negotiations to some degree, since you have no control over that, and to be honest, I've had demons agree or disagree to join me with the exact same answers on all sorts of different moon cycles with no real consistency to it. It is still effectively just completely fucking random. Either way though, knowing what to say to the demons ahead of time using a guide will make the process take far less time, even with the random elements. Of course, if you do opt for the pure trial and error path to have that purely authentic experience, there really is nothing wrong with that, besides the fact it's just going to take way longer to figure out how each demon ticks, especially because you could be picking the right answer, but it decided that it wasn't the right answer randomly that time, and so you'll have to go through all the other answers and try to figure out all over again just to realize that you did pick it the first or second time and it just didn't work that time but does now. You know, even with the randomness, SMT1 was never this complicated, nor really any other SMT or Persona game that I've played personally. Your one saving grace either way though, is luckily each area in the game sort of has a select pool of demons that you'll be facing off against over and over and over again in random encounters. So you'll at least get a lot of chances to figure out what makes each demon happy, or if you already know, to eventually make it so that they join your side. However, I should also note that, say if your protagonist is level 28, and the demon that you're trying to negotiate with is also level 28. In theory, you would be able to collect their spell card. But if the only way to get that demon to be in an eager state is by having a dialogue option that only Nanjo can say, who is, say, level 26 right now, to convince them, then you will not be able to collect their demon card. Now, this does encourage you to try your best to make sure your whole party member is at an even playing field as far as levels go, but this can, truth be told, be a little bit difficult to do at times, as I found myself sort of having to grind in a few areas, just letting everyone else guard while that specific character just kind of kept attacking over and over again, so that no one will be left behind. Since while everyone gets at least a little bit of XP each battle, the characters that do the most amount of damage get the most amount of the level. I suppose this does balance things out, as you may have some personas that end up being total screen nukes and can just totally dominate an area of the game, which you can rely on for a while until you've far and away made that character pass all the other characters and made it much more difficult for them to be able to progress any further, unless you kind of go back and grind and have everyone else start using stuff as well. It's all just kind of a big balancing act, and while it sounds kind of complex, and admittingly it sort of is, once you understand the core mechanics, mostly it's a game of making sure you take time to level up, talk to demons, and just pure and simply grind for a little bit. There is also a grind every single time you obtain a new persona, and give them to a party member, since each persona also levels up a certain amount of times, learning new skills and powers as they do, and then almost assuredly, their best powers, skills, the ones that you more than likely saw on their stat sheets and was like, yo, I want that, are almost always saved till the very last level on that persona, with most of them only starting with one skill at first, that you'll be forced to have to use in order to level the persona up, since it only levels up when you use it. Because of this, by the way, it means most of the time you want to be using persona attacks, not guns and swords at all, since while using your guns and sword will level up your character some more, it is more important usually to get your personas leveled up so you can have more skills and abilities for future battles. Mind you, this can be fixed to some degree if you happen to have items or relics that you can use when using a persona to make them have almost all their powers initially when you summon them. But these are usually pretty expensive and a little bit more difficult to get, which means you're still going to be grinding a little bit to be able to get those as well. Oh, and also, while every party member as they level up sort of gets a basic increase to their skill attribution that fits them as a character, every time you level up, you can specifically pick which things you want to level up with. This, however, is kind of only the illusion of choice, as any guide or person who has played this game enough will tell you the main two stats you want to be leveling up is tech and agility. Both of these raise your stats and make you stronger as a whole. Every other stat will be covered with the personas that you'll be equipping, since their strengths and vitality and luck and stuff like that will be applied to you as well. Again, you'll also want to make sure that you level up your normal level as well as your persona level, with again your persona level being more important, as it's also what allows you to negotiate with more demons and get more personas, get more spell cards to fuse to take on new personas, etc, etc, etc. Now I'll admit, all this micromanaging and the quirks of the game can get a little bit tedious at times. I won't lie, but I personally didn't find it to be too bad. Now, I'm aware that many hate grinding in RPGs, sometimes to pretty extreme levels, with some even hating the idea of grinding on a sort of philosophical game design level. To those latter people, I would say, this is probably not the game for you, and this may not be the genre for you either. It's probably better to just play something else, if I'm gonna be honest. But for those who simply just don't like excessive or even medium-sized grinding, I can certainly understand why. It is ultimately a kind of tedious task just walking around and killing the same monsters over and over again until you can get a persona that you've been trying to get, or so you can just progress the story proper because the next section in particular is curb stomping you. However, personally speaking, I find grinding within reason to kind of be relaxing. It allows me to sort of fall into a flow state with the game, and I felt much of the same here in Persona 1. To a degree anyway. There was definitely times when I felt like it was a little bit too much. Though that was really more on me wanting to get everyone a new persona and kind of wanting to try more of them out for this video, so not all of the grinding I did might have been totally necessary. But on the whole, I definitely fell into that flow state quite a lot while playing the game. Well, that is, if we're talking about the PSP version of the game, which I suppose is kind of the elephant in the room. Because you see, most of the footage you've been watching from me during this video has not been from the original PlayStation 1 version of the game, but instead that of the PSP remake. And that is for a very, very good reason. So I suppose we ought to talk about that right now before we go any further. So, when Megami ibunroku Persona was released in the North American region on December 14th of 1996, it wasn't exactly the same game that the Japanese player got to play. You see, rather infamously, every single character would have their names changed, from Japanese ones to more stereotypical Western names. This was done in addition to also changing what nearly every character in the game looked like as well. Our main MC, now sporting a bit of a reddish-brown hair, kinda gives him a bit of a light Yagami-ish look to him if I'm gonna be honest. Nanjo is now Nate Trinity, and he's now a ginger for some reason. Eriko is now Ellen, and has blonde hair. Maki is now Mary, and has lighter skin and hair. Stuff like that. And then of course there is Inaba, who is now Mark, and is now black, and his hat is now being replaced with a baseball cap. This one being the most infamous of these changes. Well, it really gives a different meaning to all those times Nanjo called him a monkey throughout the story. However, this goes a bit further than just aesthetics. The characters' personalities and some of the way they talk has also changed, with much of the dialogue just not being a very faithful adaptation of the original script, with many liberties taken, as well as cases where the script is frankly just fucking terrible, with much of his meaning being lost in translation. Other things like the town of Mikago show is now called Lunarvale. All references to anything Japanese were completely scrubbed or rewritten. I mean, even Kandori has had his name changed to fucking Guido Sardinia. I mean, that name does kind of go hard, not gonna lie, but it's still just kind of strange. Also, all the mythological references I pointed out throughout this video and will continue to do so have been lost in translation, with many of the personas no longer having their mythological ties in the PS1 version, and instead often being given generic names that strips them of their symbolism and historical and mythological meaning. I could go on, but needless to say, this original English translation just really sucks, and is what many have called one of the worst Western ports, translations, and localizations ever done. However, as I noted earlier in this video, there is some explanation for why these changes took place. Persona was the first role-playing entry in the Megami Tensei series to be released in the West, with the first Megami Tensei release ever in the West being the action game Jack Bros in 1995, which was a Virtual Boy game, in case you were curious. Again, Megami Tensei series, because of its Christian imagery, made it unsuitable for localizations at the time, at least deemed to be so by many of the higher-ups. But Persona was different in how it approached these same entities, and so it ended up working out much better. Persona was localized by Atlus's new North American branch, Atlus USA, and the team that localized it was apparently quite small, which made the whole project very difficult for them. Not only was there a large amount of text to translate, but the team needed to adjust or change the Japanese references because they feared it might alienate Western players. Which I personally have always found rather silly, since I'm fairly certain most would have just seen it as an exotic setting for an RPG game. But I suppose they just didn't want to take the risk back then. It was also probably one of the most significant localization jobs ever done at that current period of time, to be fair. So you do have to cut them a little bit of slack at the end of the day, even if I do think a lot of the decisions ultimately were pretty dumb. All the same, I guess they wanted to make sure Persona did well over here, and wanted a piece of that RPG pie that had grown to new heights of popularity over here, with the release of the PlayStation 1 and Final Fantasy becoming one of the most popular game series on the planet Earth at this point in time. However, the funny thing is, even with them changing all of these aspects of the game to ensure it had a release over here in the West without any hitches still came all the same, notably with the title that they went with, Revelations Persona, with former marketing manager of Atlus USA, Gail Salamanca, noting the following, quote, "It was one of those things that just sounded cool at the time, and the staff never gave any thought in terms of the religious implications it might have had. So we had people calling us, saying that we worship the devil because of the name and the demonesque character on the front of the box." Unquote. However, the title did end up getting people talking at the time, and before long, Revelations Persona did indeed eventually find its footing amongst the other RPGs of the system, with it being a cult hit, and it clearly standing out from its peers that usually had purely fantasy settings, with its much more grounded urban high school setting. However, all the same, this does kind of make things awkward for us now, as this release of the game, while gameplay-wise is perfectly the same as the Japanese version, for the most part, story and script-wise, it's now a very bizarre sort of black sheep that, despite it being the original way of playing the game over here, doesn't exactly feel like it's the most accurate or true way of playing through the game's narrative. So then, what of the PSP remake? It's obviously then the definitive way of playing through the game now, right? Well, yes, but also no. Let me explain. So from a narrative standpoint, yes, the PSP version of the game is the best way of playing through the game currently. Unlike the PS1 version, it features the original characters' art and names. The script is also much more accurate of a translation now. And then there's also the fact that it's also the only way in the West that you can play the Snow Queen quest. Yep, that's right. In the original PS1 version of Persona in the West, this entire alternate path of the game was completely cut out. More than likely because, again, the time was already so small as it is, and the team was even smaller, and they must have found that including an entirely different and optional and rather missable alternate path of the game that would have consisted for so many more man-hours translating everything was just not a smart use of their time. So this PSP remake is also the only way you can actually play through the whole game as it was originally intended. And yet still, there is some controversy with this release, because they didn't simply stop at it just making a more accurate version of the original game, with both story paths intact. They also added new gameplay and quality of life features, a completely new soundtrack, new cutscenes, and visually gave it quite an overhaul in some places, all of which is either super cool or an insult to the original vision, depending on who you're asking. So what are my thoughts on all of this? And does there exist a happy medium of all these elements? Well, let's go through every part one by one, starting with the most obvious, the soundtrack. The original Persona of 1996 was composed by the likes of Hidehito Oki, Kenichi Tsuchiya, Misaki Okabe, and Shogo Meguro, with Meguro in particular later becoming the main composer of the series, and also arranging the music for the 2009 PSP remake. Both soundtracks, just to get this out of the way, are great in my opinion, but both have very different vibes. If I were to describe the vibe of the original Persona 1 soundtrack, I'd say that it's ambient, eerie at times, and even, dare I say, abstract. If I were to describe the music of the original game's core goal in its design, I'd say it would be to make the player feel lost, tense, and psychologically isolated. The original soundtrack makes heavy use of synth pads and drones with sparse percussion, and repetitive motifs that loop subtly instead of resolving. There is an emphasis on atmosphere over rhythm, and at times it straight up kind of sounds like a survival horror game soundtrack, which I suppose does fit well with the themes of the occult, bizarre dream reality, and psychological horror stuff. While on the other hand, Persona 1 on the PSP's music feels much more rhythmic, more catchy. It sounds much more like tracks from Persona 3 and 4 in fact, with many having what I would call broken English vocal tracks much of the OST. This soundtrack has electric guitars, jazz-influenced chords, and catchy hooks that are structured much more like actual songs with a stylish flair. Persona on the PS1 feels more like the type of soundtrack that you would hear in an SMT game, while the PSP remake sounds more like what you would expect from a Persona soundtrack these days. Both excel in very different ways, and which you prefer for this game is gonna come down to personal preferences. I mean, obviously the original is more true to the original vision, but again, the new soundtrack was also done by one of the main composers of the original soundtrack, so it's not like it's not also true to the vision either, it's just a different vision. I suppose I could show you a few examples here, as a quick sort of back and forth between the styles, with one being the main school theme, another being one of the dungeon themes, another being the battle theme, and the last one being the boss battle theme. Sure, you noticed that 3 of those tracks in the PSP version had vocals. While there are plenty of tracks in the game that are just instrumental, I wanted to showcase that because while many who are diehard fans of the original soundtrack, who see the remake soundtrack as worthless or as an insult to the original, I'd wager the guess have probably never taken the time either to look at the lyrics of these songs, and how they actually add some interesting new layers of symbolism to the game's narrative, that while not necessary I suppose, are nonetheless pretty cool and welcome, with one example being the main battle theme of the game titled A Lone Prayer. That while the broken English is strong, here are the lyrics paired alongside the song.
Live with valid memory, experience self-consciousness. I'm just lone player, keep learning other code track. The hatred thoughts just don't stop. I see free way from there. The world is all I said to. All my right is meant to ring me burn. Tokete yuku, close my ray of light. Ready for freedom nowhere. All my right is meant to ring me burn. Yasuraida, my last play with no one. My last let me feel alive.
All of this is clearly about Maki. It's reflecting her feelings on being alone in the hospital bed, and how it's overtaken her consciousness. And all she can do now is pray alone for some sort of miracle, be it a cure for her illness, or perhaps aspects of her darker thoughts. A prayer for others to suffer as she has, or perhaps a prayer for her suffering to end, be it through being cured or her own death. The song continuing on with Maki's inner thoughts, how the worst aspects of herself are coming out from being alone. Only in her dreams can she escape these thoughts. The song then progressing into her pleading for this pain, these feelings and thoughts, everything to finally just go away, because she is frozen in place now and wishes to simply melt away. Her body, her mind, perhaps even her very soul. She is ready for nowhere, with the final note being a little conflicting with the chorus, because it seems like on one side she is ready to just die and fall into nothingness, but there is another side of her that just wants to be free of pain, but not to be dead, not even to thrive, but to just feel alive, which I believe is a showcase of the battle of her fragmented soul and heart, again reflected in Maki, Ideal Maki, Mai and Aki, a battle of her mind and her soul, which I suppose makes it a rather fitting song for the battle theme of the whole game, right? Yeah, too bad after you hear this song like 5,000 times you're gonna probably fucking hate it for just how short it actually is. But I'm sure you can at least see the vision all the same though, right? I point this out mostly because in conversation around the soundtrack, I tend to see many disregard the PSP soundtrack as all style over substance, and as being completely worthless, when it's both full of style and substance, and some real bangers. That being said, it is still undeniable that it changes the tone and atmosphere of much of the game. And the other problem, which is the more, legit criticism I'd say, is there just isn't as many tracks in the PSP version as opposed to the PS1 version. Meaning you're gonna be hearing the exact same tracks way fucking more often in the PSP version than you would the PS1 version. Which does, I would say, objectively suck. Which kinda makes me wish that there was an option to choose between the two soundtracks from the start with this remake. Which, luckily for all of you, that now exists. Yep, through the power of modding, you can now play the superior translated remake with the original soundtrack, mostly intact, making it much easier to recommend this version over the original, since you can now fix that issue as well. So whether you like the original OST or the remakes, now you at least have the choice, and really, there is no wrong choice here, it's just whichever you prefer personally. However, more than the OST has changed, many of the visuals were changed too, such as the opening intros, the new cutscenes, and various menus as well. This is again gonna come down to preference, but I think both are pretty good. The Persona 1 intro on the PS1 I would say is personally a little bit better for its quiet ambiance, and I do love the section that shows a 3D render of Maki's hospital room, as it really emphasizes the small blocks in the corner of the room that is clearly meant to be shaped to look like St. Hermillan High, and that track when the title shows. Fucking epic. However, the intro for the PSP remake is yet again pretty damn good too, and once more has a new vocal track that also has a ton of symbolism in its lyrics. But we won't go over them every single time. Maybe at some point I could make a bonus video where I just focus on that stuff, since as far as I'm aware, not too many people take the time to stop and analyze the lyrics of Persona game tracks, or lyrics in video game tracks, period. Might be fun to do as a Patreon and memberships exclusive for all you fine folks. Just let me know if you'd like to see that. At any rate though, as far as menus go, I would say that the menus in Persona 1 on the PS1 are definitely far more stylish. I mean, just look at the difference. But I'm also going to be real all the same. I also find the menus in the original to be far more slow and clunky than the, while more stripped back, but much cleaner and smoother to navigate menus of the remake. Which I suppose brings me to the other really, and I do mean really big difference between the original game and the remake. The pacing and the quality of life changes. To put it in simple terms, the original Persona on the PS1 is both far more difficult as well as far more slow and clunky than the PSP remake. How so? Well, for one, when you're walking through dungeons in first person in the original, you can only walk, while in the remake you can choose to walk or run. Like seriously, this might as well be a firecracker up your ass speed, holy shit. In the original game, every single time you fight demons in a battle, every animation, both from your 5 party members, their personas, as well as every enemy on the field, every animation will play out in full, without the ability to skip every single battle. Now, you might be wondering, okay, so what? Why is this such a big deal? Well, it's not necessarily, especially if you don't mind the slower pace of battles. However, for me, I find many of the animations to be really slow, tedious, and can really make battles drag out when there's like 5 enemies that all do the exact same stupid little dance every single time. Now, is it a deal breaker, these animations? No. In fact, on the other hand, to play devil's advocate, I do think how slow they are and how much of a bother they are is a little bit overblown as well. And context does matter, since this was the first game where you got to see all your players and the demons and everything else on the screen, so they probably really wanted to emphasize showing all these cool animations at the time, since it was the first time they ever got to really show that in any one of these Megami Tensei games. But having played the PSP version where you're allowed to make battle animations snappier and smoother, I'm sorry, but I've just found this to be a way more fun speed for me. The way battles are paced in the PSP remake over the original just feels better. It's not like it trivializes battles or makes them any less intense at times, but it just frankly wastes less time, since there really is so much of this you're going to be seeing throughout the game, and gameplay, atmosphere, and narrative or artistic expression wise, I don't think you're losing out on anything on not seeing the same animation that you've seen 100 times again and again over just being able to skip them to move on to the next battle and newer stuff that you haven't seen before, especially when you take grinding into account. That's when this shit is a lifesaver. Grinding in Persona 1 PSP is frankly pretty fun to me. The speed of battles and overall pace makes them addicting to grind. As I said, it was peak flow time with that sort of stuff. I just kinda got to kick back and get into the grind of things. The same cannot be said for the PS1 version, however, which by contrast is much slower. It makes grinding by extension feel like a much more of a chore to me. I get that this is going to be a personal preference thing. But as someone who has played both versions and knows them both pretty well, I just find the concept of replaying the PSP remake sounds a lot more fun, while the concept of playing the PS1 original again sounds like such a huge commitment for what amounts to the same game and story, but just not as fun to me personally. There are also other changes made in the PSP version, such as while you can now run through dungeons faster with the run button, doing so will increase the encounter rate to balance that out. Many more Augusta trees or save points were added into the dungeons, greatly increasing the number of save points overall, which many could see as vastly bringing down the difficulty of the game as well. Which it definitely does without question, as there were some dungeons that only had one save point at the very beginning of the dungeon, and that was it. If you got all the way to the boss and was low on shit and you really wanted to make sure you didn't fuck up on the boss ahead, you might have to make the trek or use an item to get back to the save point and save, but that also meant you're going to have to go through the whole dungeon again just to get to the boss all over again, since the dungeon was mapped out. This is not a problem in the PSP version, since there is often a save point right before the bosses. While this does change the overall experience of the difficulty from the original game, I don't personally mind it, and if you still want to have a pretty rough time, you can always choose to play on the new hard mode in this remake as well, to make enemy encounters much more difficult with how much damage they'll be dealing. You could also choose the new beginner mode too, I guess, if you so choose. Also in the original game, you cannot see the grid, and by extension, the range of your attacks as easily as you can in the PSP version. There's also other stuff that you might not think about at first as far as differences goes between them, such as when buying equipment, the game will now tell you which one of the characters can equip which type of weapon or piece of armor in the PSP version. They did not do this in the PS1 version, meaning you'd probably have to look up a guide if you wanted to find out. Buffs and debuffs can now only stack up to 2 times. In the original, buffs and debuffs could stack up to 7 and 4 times respectively. The range of all attacks and skills are now openly displayed in battle. When attacking an enemy, the game will now display whether an attack did regular damage, was resisted, or did super effective damage, something which it pretty much didn't show at all in the original. If the party is ambushed, your formation is changed to be in the reverse position since they came at you from behind, which can be quite the surprise and really change the way the battle plays out, since everyone will be in the exact opposite positions you normally put them in. However, in the remake, the party formation will be automatically reversed back to what it normally is at the end of that battle, so that in the next battle, your party is back in the position that you put them in originally. In the original game, you have to go into the menu and reverse this manually after every ambush attack, which is just fucking tedious bullshit for no other reason than to just simply waste your time a little bit more. There's other stuff, but I think you get the point by now. Now, does any of this stuff make the original Persona on the PS1 a bad game in my opinion? No, not at all. It's a masterpiece in fact, and I think it deserves far more respect than it gets for how innovative and cool it actually is. But ultimately, playing that original game in the West is a compromised version, and unless you know how to read Japanese to play the original Japanese version of the game, it's really hard to recommend the PS1 game in good faith, knowing it's more difficult to get into, and it's not even the original true vision of Atlus. And yes, I know Atlus was technically the ones who made these translation changes to the Western version, but it is still nonetheless not the original vision. It is instead a rather bastardized version. One that is, truth be told, rather funny and bizarre, but one that's just too different to recommend. Currently, there is no fan translation of the original game either, in case you're wondering. However, there is one currently being worked on as we speak by translator Tom, who is responsible for translations of Persona 2 related stuff in the past, and is honestly just kind of a legend in the Persona Online space for pretty much single-handedly doing this stuff. So when that fan translation comes out, I might be more willing to say to give the original PS1 game a chance, in spite of its many slow flaws. But if I were to tell you my preferred version of the game, I'd say the PSP remake, without a second thought. Though I will say that right now, Persona 1 and Persona 2 for that matter, at the time of this writing, are kind of in a weird place, where there is no real easy way to own either one of these and play them on any modern stuff. And so emulation really is the way to go. And with Persona 1 on the PSP, this does open the door to not only the original soundtrack mod that I mentioned before, but you can also play with the HD UI mod that also HD upscales all the character portraits and the menus, as well as the text that you've been seeing me use throughout this whole video, that in my opinion, just makes everything look just a little bit more crisp and modern looking for the best possible experience of the game currently. And don't worry, these two mods are super plug and play easy, so you don't need any real obscure knowledge to get them working. You can get them both set up in like 2 minutes at most. On that note though, I should say that I do hope that at some point, both Persona 1 and the Persona 2 duology become easily available to buy on things again in the future. I would love a Steam release of both of these games. Maybe at least porting over the PSP versions, with some little updates here and there for good measure. Maybe that'll happen someday, but until such a day should come, I suppose this pretty much closes out the different versions of the game discussion, and what I personally recommend. So with that said, before we finally see how this story ends, let's pretend we decide to go on the Snow Queen quest route, instead that I've continued to refer to. What's the story there, and what is it all about? Let's brave the snow and find out together. So to start the Snow Queen quest, you want to play through the game until the hospital incident occurs, and you then return to St. Hermillen High School. Instead of going through the hole in the wall and going to face Seebeck, you want to instead explore the school grounds. Then you want to enter the library on the school map, look for a female student NPC, often described as nervous and worried, and speak to her multiple times if needed. She'll tell you about a strange mirror and the legend of the Snow Queen, and a cursed mask tied to the school, the Snow Queen mask. This mask was used by the St. Hermillen High School Drama Club to perform the titular role of the Snow Queen from the 1844 original fairy tale by Danish author Hans Christian Andersen. That particular fairy tale tells the story of two children, Gerda and Kay, whose innocent friendship is shattered by an evil enchantment. A magical mirror created by a demon distorts everything good and beautiful, and when the mirror breaks, its fragments scatter across the world. One splinter lodges into Kay's eye, and another into his heart, causing him to become cold, cruel, and unable to feel love or joy. He soon falls under the influence of the Snow Queen, a powerful and mysterious figure who embodies emotional coldness, and she carries him away to her frozen palace in the far north. Refusing to accept Kay's disappearance, Gerda sets out on a long and difficult journey to find him. Along the way, she encounters many obstacles and temptations, including a sorceress who tries to make her forget her quest, a prince and princess who offer comfort and safety, and a dangerous wilderness filled with robbers and bitter cold. Despite fear, loneliness, and hardship, though, Gerda continues forward, guided only by her love for Kay and her unwavering determination to save him. Eventually, Gerda reaches the Snow Queen's palace, where Kay sits, emotionally numb, trying endlessly to solve meaningless puzzles of ice. When Gerda finds him, she weeps, and her tears melt the splinter frozen in his heart. Her love restores Kei's ability to feel, breaking the Snow Queen's spell. The two children then leave the palace together and return home, changed by their experience but reunited in warmth and compassion. The story ends with Gerda and Kei grown in wisdom, yet still pure at heart, having learned that love and devotion can overcome even the coldest despair. As you might imagine, that Snow Queen mask, when in the context of Persona, carries with it some symbolism that we'll be getting to shortly. However, as noted before, that mask is apparently said to be cursed, as those who wear it are said to shortly thereafter die of mysterious circumstances, with there being 4 known victims of it, including Kumi Hirose, Michigo Matsudara, Yuriko Yamamoto, and Tomomi Fujimori, with, after Fujimori's death, Principal Oishi ordering that the mask be put away in order to prevent any more deaths. At any rate, you need to find the mirror connected to the Snow Queen legend and interact with it. Then go back to that NPC again and talk once more. You will receive, or be prompted to use, the Snow Queen mask. Have the protagonist pick up the mask, and then this will be the point of no return, as when you try to leave the school, this happens. Show the cutscene to the Snow Queen quest. The legend has just become reality, and once this happens, the mask chooses to possess your homeroom teacher, Sayako Takami, the same one that was looking out for everyone in the party before, and transforms her into the Snow Queen, an icy silent figure who seals the school and plunges the surrounding world into unnatural winter. Unlike Kandori or Seebeck, the Snow Queen is not motivated by ambition or ideology. She is a manifestation of repression, withdrawal, and emotional stasis. The Snow Queen plans on sacrificing her as a way to bring about the eternal night, and 3 towers are then erected: Thanatos Tower, Hypnos Tower, and Nemesis Tower, and appointed to them are previous victims of the mask, Kumi Hirose, Michiko Matsudora, and Yuriko Yamamoto, to guard them, challenging the party to best all 3 towers before the eternal night ritual is complete. That's the setup of the narrative, but there is also differences in the gameplay here as well. The Snow Queen quest introduces one of Persona 1's most infamous mechanics, the Death Clock. This quest has a strict 3-hour time limit to conquer the ice-covered towers, the goal to reach the top of the tower before the clock strikes 12. The timer only tracks movement in the first-person dungeon, mind you, not in battles, menus, or cutscenes. However, all the same, failure will result in a game over. Also mind you, that's 3 hours for each of the towers, not 3 hours for all of them at once. However, this also means once you decide to start climbing one of the towers, the 3-hour timer for said tower starts. You cannot save and must complete the tower in one sitting, or else you'll have to restart that tower from the beginning again. So this structure is far more brutal than the normal game. This in addition to the new mechanics specific to some of the towers. For example, if any of the party members dies in what is considered the most difficult of the 3 towers, Thanatos, then they will lose their persona and will be forced to have to make a trip to Tartarus to recover it again. This is all in addition to needing to find at least 8 of the 12 mirror shards that are spread throughout the towers in order to get the best ending for this route. That's a lot to take in, obviously, and narratively it creates a constant sense of impending suffocation. There's no room to leisurely explore. The quest is structured as a race against time, but at the same time, it's also pretty fun and exciting, and really fast-paced as you might imagine. Kind of the perfect challenge for those who have already beaten the main Seebeck storyline, especially with this new twist on the gameplay. Narratively is also quite interesting as well. As noted before, you end up being able to have Yukino on your side as a mandatory party member, since she has much greater connection to the school and the homeroom teacher as noted before, as well as her role as the protector of this place, kinda gives her character and personality a little bit more time to shine. But also, all 3 of these towers, and more importantly their guardians, is all drenched in more symbolism and general Arcana and Persona goodness. To start, we have Hypnos Tower, ruled over by Kumi Hirose. Kumi Hirose is a gentle, soft-spoken student whose defining trait is emotional avoidance. She's not cruel, ambitious, or manipulative. Instead, she withdraws, choosing comfort, fantasy, and rest over confrontation. Before the curse of the Ice Queen mask, Kumi was someone who felt pressure between her parents' desire for her to maintain high test scores and the drama club's heavy expectations of her as the lead role, and was driven to by the Snow Queen mask's influence. She now believes that the dream world of Hypnos Tower is saving her fellow students from the pressure of real life, a sort of ultimate escapism. Hypnos Tower is not hostile in the traditional sense. It's quiet, disorienting, and sedative. Enemies inflict sleep, confusion, and mental status effects. Progress feels sluggish, as though the game itself is resisting motion. The tower is about inaction as self-destruction. This also pairs nicely with her Arcana, as well as her Persona. Kumi's Arcana is that of the moon, which symbolizes the unseen, uncertain, and emotional undercurrents of life. Where some Arcana deal with clarity of action, the moon lives in the fog, intuition, illusion, fear, and the parts of ourselves that we don't fully understand yet. While her Persona is that of Hypnos, whom is the Greek god personification of sleep. Hypnos sits at the crossroads of consciousness and unconsciousness, illusion and escape, which all works well in the symbolism that Kumi's flaw is that she chooses escapism over reality. She would rather be emotionally anemic than face the hard emotions that come from standing up for oneself and facing the next day. She, with her Arcana and Persona, is a combination that symbolizes the extreme of avoidance. When the party defeats Hypnos, however, Kumi is able to admit that, by retreating into her dreams, she was only running away from her problems, and passes on in peace, having come to terms with herself. Next is that of Michiko Matsudaria and Nemesis Tower. Now, for my own research, I was unable to find a definitive answer on what Arcana her Arcana is exactly. However, I do know that the Persona of Nemesis falls under the Arcana of the Empress in Persona 2 and that of Justice in Persona 3, but since there is no definitive answer, we'll just skip a bit with her and focus on the Nemesis as an entity, though if I were to guess, my bet would be on Justice. Anyway, Nemesis is the Greek goddess of retribution, balance, and deserved consequence. Nemesis exists to correct imbalance, especially when someone crosses the line from confidence into arrogance. This makes sense, as while Kumi could be considered more of a lost soul who gave up, Michiko is a bitter bitch who is consumed by perceived injustice. Michiko defines herself by what was ultimately taken from her, or what she believes she deserves and did not receive. Though she claims to have been bullied and ignored, in life she was the bully, who took the part of the Snow Queen solely in spite of the drama club president, whom she claims stole her boyfriend, and regularly bribed teachers to get better grades. And at one point, she does the exact same thing to you when you find her torture chamber in the tower, where she's captured two students, Kenta Yokuochi and Tsumo Kuromi, and tortures them for being too fucking ugly and fat. It hopes to use their suffering to empower her persona. When you reach this torture room, she attempts to buy more time by offering the party a mirror shard and a hint to defeat her if they take a lengthy detour. This ultimately being a trick, as the hint is that you have to get to her as fast as you can in order to defeat her. Nemesis Tower is aggressive, hostile, and punishing, and her tower reflects the truth that vengeance sustains itself even when the original wound is gone. Defeating Michiko means rejecting the lie that pain must always be answered with pain, that justice is not always objective, as while Michiko sees herself as righting wrongs, bringing justice to perceived injustices, in the end, she's just kind of an asshole who's defeated in the end, and she allows her persona to overtake her completely. Finally, then we have Thanatos Tower, and Yuriko Yamamoto, who fittingly belongs to the Arcana of Death. While the Death Arcana sounds like what it would symbolize is, well, death, that's not entirely true. It is rarely about literal death. Instead, it represents irreversible change, endings, and transformation. This could mean a few things, from letting go of who you were, shedding coping mechanisms that no longer work, ending relationships, beliefs, or roles to define you or your sense of self, your persona. The change is neither good nor bad inherently, it's just change, and the end of something else. Then there is her persona, Thanatos, the Greek personification of death itself, specifically peaceful natural death. Where other death gods dramatize the process, Thanatos simply closes his door, you might say. And this matches Yuriko quite nicely, as where Kumi sleeps and Michoko rages, Yuriko concludes. She has decided that nothing meaningful remains. In life, she was upbeat and a popular student who was obsessed with keeping her good looks and cute demeanor, but was ultimately undone by the mask over it tapping into her uncertainties and fear about the future, particularly the fear of her losing her good looks to aging, and to death itself, you might say. She would rather end her life and die beautiful than let herself age. Her very persona and sense of self dying long before she does in the alternative. However, in the end, when the party defeats her persona, she too sees the error in her logic and passes on peacefully. In the end, all three of these characters symbolize pitfalls of the mind that could allow them to destroy themselves. Throughout Hypnos Tower, Kumi frames sleepiness as kindness, but as the party advances, cracks appear in her logic. Kumi begins to realize something essential. Sleep has not healed anything. It has only paused responsibility. She accepts that choosing sleep over engagement is still a choice, and one with consequences. When she fades, it's not in terror, but in regret, tempered by clarity. She passes on knowing that rest without return is not mercy, but abandonment. Michoko is more volatile. She insists her rage is justified, that punishment is proof her suffering mattered, and that letting go would mean admitting loss was meaningless. But Nemesis Tower is designed to expose a fatal contradiction. Revenge has outlived its cause. When confronted near defeat, Michoko begins to see that her anger has not restored anything, and her identity has collapsed into grievance, and that her suffering has become the only thing keeping her moving. The turning point is when she recognizes that she no longer remembers what relief would feel like. Michoko's passing is angry, but perhaps no longer blind. Or maybe she is. She kind of does swear that she's going to come back someday to get you all, which, she does not. So, it would seem that she didn't really learn much of a lesson at all, but I suppose the message to the rest of the cast is that, she mistook endurance for meaning in this case. Finally then, there is Yuriko, who, unlike Kumi and Michoko, Yuriko does not defend herself strongly. She speaks with resignation, certainty, and emotional exhaustion. She believes her conclusion is objective reality, that hope is dishonest, that continuation is pointless. The party's persistence forces Yuriko to confront an unbearable contradiction, however. If everything is already over, why does their refusal to stop her still matter? Her realization is not sudden, it comes in little fragments, as she notices the party's exhaustion and their injuries, some of which are imparted by her tricking them a few times throughout the dungeon. And yet they continue onward, despite no promise of reward. In the end, after she fails at getting them to understand her perspective, she finally understands that finality was not imposed on her. She declared it, and in doing so, she denied the future the chance to contradict her pain. Yuriko does not rediscover hope, however, but she recognizes that hopelessness was not a law of reality. It was a choice born from grief. She passes on not relieved, but unburdened of certainty. If you notice, none of these characters are really redeemed per se. More so they were able to finally get a little bit of clarity. Well, at least two of them did, at least. With the overall idea with them coming to terms with their own choices and ending their life, and that they, in truth, could have avoided it. And I find that pretty interesting. It's both pretty damn dark and tragic, as it is strangely real, and something I really don't see enough people point out, how in-depth or interesting these villains for these towers really are. Sure, maybe they're not as in-depth as stuff we'll see in later Persona entries, for sure, but for the time, a game dealing with this sort of stuff in 1996, That's pretty crazy. But of course, this then leads into the finale of this quest, where the party must enter the ice castle, the Snow Queen's palace. Before this, you'll get to free your homeroom teacher in the courtyard, if you're able to get at least 8 of the 12 mirror shards. If you didn't, then you'll end up getting the bad ending here, after fighting a exclusive boss fight in the bad ending route. Instead of saving Miss Sayako, the mirror breaks and the Snow Queen fully resurrects, and the school is trapped in eternal icy night. Pretty unambiguously bad. So for obvious reasons, you want to make sure that you have those shards. If you do, then Miss Sayako is freed, and you must then face off against the Ice Queen mask itself. And the ghost of our 4th victim appears before us, crying about how everyone takes Sayako's side. It's that of Tomomi Fujimori. Tomomi was a fellow classmate of Miss Sayako back when they were just students of this same high school, before Sayako grew up into the teacher that she is now. Tomomi was a fellow drama club member with Sayako back then, and after winning the role of the Snow Queen, Sayako discovered that the mask was cursed and holds a grudge, and so scared she ended up letting Tomomi have the role instead. And because Sayako was aware of this curse and willing to let Tomomi get this role, Tomomi now has a grudge against her. The mask then takes its influence upon her and attached itself to her, and burned and scarred her face on one half. In the end, Tomomi took her own life, like the others, but with her death, a grudge attached itself to the mask, and thus is why it attacked Miss Sayako from the start, and what caused all of this to begin with. Sayako blames herself for all of this, and it is then revealed to the party that the true Snow Queen, the entity behind all of this, is actually the Night Queen, whom was originally Tomomi's persona until the demon mirror was used upon her and made her see what she became, and Tomomi separated from her, meaning that the Snow Queen, the Night Queen, now exists as a pure concept, an entity divorced even from its original host. It is no longer a mask, but instead a god that goes by a very different name, but one befitting of the title of Night Queen, and that god's name is Nyx. Nyx is the primordial goddess of night, one of the oldest and most powerful beings in Greek mythology. She doesn't rule the dark, she is the dark, and symbolically, Nyx represents forces so fundamental that even the Olympian gods tread carefully around them. Now, I don't really want to spoil things to come in future Persona entries, but I'll say that Nyx, as a concept, and as a being, will be of far greater importance, worth far more analysis in one of the future retrospectives of this series. But for now, I think you get the idea that Nyx is a concept. They are in essence the darkness before creation, the unknown before understanding, the vast, unknowable void beneath reality. So obviously the party has to stop her plans of plunging the world into eternal night. And might I just say that the dungeon that you need to get through to get to the Snow Queen is one of the, if not the hardest dungeon in the whole game. In fact, I would say nothing even comes close in this game to being as hard as the Ice Queen dungeon. You have plenty of time to grind and prepare for it in this one area of the Snow Queen route where there's no time limit, you can just keep grinding. But I'm gonna be real with you, you're gonna be grinding there for a fucking long time before you're ready to take this shit on. So be prepared for that. By the time the party does reach the ice castle though, the world has already been pushed close to permanent stasis. Time is nearly gone, the towers have fallen, the guardians have been released, and the Snow Queen is all that remains. Nyx's domain is not chaotic or monstrous, it is clean, silent, and frozen. Symbolically, the ice castle represents a reality where nothing decays, because nothing changes. Safety purchased through immobility. A world preserved by emotional death. By this point, the party has already learned that her rule means, as through Kumi, it showed what happens when one sleeps through responsibility. Through Michoko, it shows what happens when pain is kept alive forever. And through Yuriko, shows what happens when loss becomes the final truth, and the ice castle is where all three failures converge into permanence. Along the way, the party meets two other figures, a masked girl and a masked man. One whom is clearly supposed to be Maki, Maki, and the other who is Kandori. They both represent those characters, Maki's desire to create a new world and destroy this cruel world that she lives in. Aki and Mai are also seen here, and they too express parts of themselves, but sort of more to suggest or hint at aspects of the main storyline that aren't important here in this quest but are in the Seebeck route. Meanwhile, Kandori appears here in a school uniform as well, noting how this school is the way that it is because of Maki's influence, but that it won't impede his plans, again hinting at aspects of the main storyline, as well as implying that this whole Snow Queen quest, while separate from the Seebeck story, might still be a reflection of Maki's heart yearning for others to feel her suffering, of being frozen in place and time, allowing something like this curse, or a concept of this curse, to manifest into something truly dangerous and beyond anything it might have been before. In the end, these mass versions of Maki and Kandori, whom are perhaps both concepts of themselves here in the Ice Castle, join with the Night Queen to become a new entity based around their unholy trinity, that of Queen Ashura. Ashuras are powerful supernatural beings from Indian religious mythology, especially Hinduism and Buddhism. Ashuras are often portrayed as demons or anti-gods locked in cosmic conflict with the Devas, or gods. Now, wait a minute, Devas? Diva system? It's all starting to come together, isn't it? At any rate, they often symbolize inner psychological and moral struggles. Ashuras represent the unchecked ego, the need to dominate and prove oneself, or to be superior. The battle between Diva and Ashuras could also be compared to the battle of the human mind, discipline versus impulse, humility versus arrogance, compassion versus rage, and especially in Buddhism, Ashuras are tragic figures, strong but never satisfied, forever fighting and never at peace, much like the two people who joined in with Nyx, the concept of darkness, the void. If you haven't quite figured out what all this symbolizes together, is a trinity that is in essence a living embodiment of depression, of the struggle of humanity, and of the call to the void. In the end, after a rather long battle, the party is able to defeat Nyx, but not without her giving a warning to them all, stating, quote, "I have failed against these youths. How distressing. But heed my words. Eternal night will fall again, so long as people seek to turn hope into despair." Unquote. In the end, though, these two masked figures disappear, it being made clear that to see this through to the end, you will have to see the end of the main journey on the Seebeck route. But with that, the ice that covered the school all melts away, everyone deciding to take the Queen's words to heart as they start taking steps towards their futures. The Snow Queen quest is really fucking cool as a side quest that honestly feels like a full-on DLC expansion, but you know, back when they would just kind of include this thing for free, I suppose. It's a fun challenge gameplay-wise, and I really like how the characters like Eriko and Ayase and Yukino are given much more direct attention here. And there is something about the school setting for spooky stuff, and it all kind of being self-contained, that just feels a little cozy, you know? I love that sort of stuff. It's also rich with symbolism and some pretty fun additions and challenges to the gameplay, and it's well worth your time if you've never experienced it before. Just be prepared because it's also pretty fucking hard. Now with that being said, I suppose it's now time that we finally round back to the main quest of the game and see how this whole story ends. Yo, so I've been doing a lot of art projects lately when I'm not making videos, including animation, something that you might have noticed in the intro of this video. And well, long story short, I just launched a new Redbubble store, KnightOwlGoods, where you can get cool merch with the art me and my friend create, with such pieces as the protagonist from SMT1, looking all mysterious. Is he chaos? Is he law? Nobody knows. I also have this piece here of all the three main guys from SMT, the Dream Team, Law, Chaos, and something in the middle, which, might I say, looks pretty damn cool as a desk mat. But I know what you're thinking, this is a Persona video. Where's the Persona stuff? Well, I have you covered, with this ethereal Maki design, as seen in the video thumbnail, with a cameo from Philemon himself no less. But that's not all, we also have Maki, Ayase, Eriko, and Yukiko chibi designs as well, which make great little pins and stickers. They even have holographic sticker options. You can either get them all individually or get them all together if you like. Finally, you can also get this cool Jill Valentine design as well. Let her presence on the store be a reminder that yes, the Resident Evil 2 video will come out eventually. Anywho, I hope there's something here that you might enjoy. You might want a mug, or a sticker, or a shirt, or something like that. If you do happen to get one of these art pieces from the site, it helps support the channel. In exchange, you get something physical and made with passion in return. There is a link down below to the Redbubble store, and there should be a link up on my main channel soon enough as well after this video's gone live. But with that said, thank you in advance to anyone who decides to get one of these designs, and let's get back to the show. So if you remember, the party just convinced Mai to give over her piece of the compact mirror, so that the whole party can then get into Mana Castle to face off against Aki and Kandori. However, when the party placed the compact piece into the keyhole, it then disappears into the floor, opening the door but also confirming the suspicions of Nanjo that this was all just a trap from the start, that Kandori wanted that other piece of the compact or something, and now that they're here, Kandori only opened the door because he wants them to come in. He's daring them to see what he has planned. Once they reach the end of the castle, Kandori reveals his true intentions, that with both pieces of the compact mirror combined, he can create the Chaos Mirror, and through it, his will can finally be imparted upon all of humanity in the real world. He can be the god that he always wanted to be, and thus he ends up erecting a new castle in the real world called Deva Yuga, befitting the new god that he believes himself to be, and he finally lets his true intentions and emotions free here as well. It was never just about the progress of humanity using its free will in the wrong way. The truth is, he had grown to hate all of humanity with time, with his very soul drenched in a deep nihilism and resentment towards all of it. Kandori believes people are fundamentally worthless, and that the world should be reshaped according to the will of those strong enough to impose order upon it. In Jungian terms, he is the ego that has severed itself from humanity and mistaken isolation for clarity. However, Kandori is not acting alone, for while it is not overtly given much attention in this game, Kandori, so too, has an Arcana and a Persona, one that we have yet to discuss until now. His Arcana is that of the Tower, and his Persona, who chose him, is Nyarlathotep. Starting with the Tower Arcana, it symbolizes a sudden collapse, violent revelations, and the destruction of false structures. It is not change that is chosen, nor negotiated or eased into. That belongs to Death or the Judgment Arcanas. Instead, the Tower is change forced by reality. At its core, the Tower represents shattered beliefs, broken identities, sudden truth, loss of control, and reality intruding without permission. While on the other hand, Nyarlathotep is an H.P. Lovecraft creation, known to many as the Crawling Chaos, the god of 1,000 forms, the dweller in darkness, the faceless god, the floating horror, the haunter of the dark, and many others. Or to put it a different way, he is the entity of many names, many faces. Compared to the likes of other H.P. Lovecraft gods and entities, Nyarlathotep is thought to be one of the most disturbing, not because of its sheer cosmic scale, but instead due to its intimacy. Where most cosmic entities are distant and indifferent to all of humanity, and are overall incomprehensible, Nyarlathotep walks amongst humanity, speaks our languages, manipulates our systems, and enjoys the results. He is known to take on countless physical forms, uses deception, charisma, and intellect to get what he wants, actively interacting with humanity, and delighting in psychological collapse. He is, to put it simply, chaos with intent. Now, bearing all this in mind, you might have noticed that with the other entities that I noticed that they were the personas given on to them. But with Kandori, his persona chose him, and that is because Nyarlathotep is not merely a persona for Kandori. He is very much the actual being. However, while it is easy to say that Kandori is then simply a pawn to this entity, this isn't totally true either, as Kandori's ambitions simply aligns perfectly with that of Nyarlathotep's. Nyarlathotep does not control Kandori through madness or coercion. Instead, he simply agrees with him, and thus Kandori's emptiness becomes the perfect vessel for cosmic chaos, because there is nothing inside of him left to resist it. Nyarlathotep doesn't corrupt Kandori's ideals. He simply pushes them to their logical conclusions. After a fight with a weird alien monster boss, the party makes it back to the real world and must then traverse through the labyrinth that is Deva Yuga, and what this ultimately all results into is a confrontation once the party reach the very top of Deva Yuga, only to be met with Kandori, who now sits at the throne of the world, no longer eager and confident, but instead now apathetic, depressed, and at first uninterested completely in fighting them. He ends up asking the party a few questions, and sort of realizes now that he has managed to twist the world to his liking, now that he has become a god who has managed to control the minds of everyone on Earth to think and feel exactly the same way that he does, as seen throughout the entire palace of Deva Yuga, that this has ultimately brought him no happiness. It brought him no closure. He achieved what he thought was perfection in becoming a god, and in the end, felt the same exact nihilism that he's always felt. He asks the party if they'll kill him now, so that he may at least experience death. Nanjo strips down Kandori's core philosophy, and everything wrong with it, noting how pathetic he is for thinking making everyone else in the world think the same way he does will make him feel any less lonely. Kandori, while he knows Nanjo is right, cannot stand being so clearly called out, and so he ends up fighting the party. And in the midst of this battle, something interesting happens. Nyarlathotep possesses Kandori's body, forcing him to transform into a stronger entity, simply called God Kandori. And after quite the fierce battle, Kandori is then ultimately defeated, Nyarlathotep seemingly allowing him to die at the party's hands when he had stopped being useful to him. In the end, he seems peaceful in death, him perhaps finally coming to terms with the truth of himself and of this world, perhaps of everything. Or perhaps he is in the end content in simply disappearing. After all, while he thought he could be a god and change the world, in the end his worldview was one that saw everything as meaningless, that every part of free will was pointless, that existence was without purpose, and so he dies, vanishing into nothing. Because a worldview that denies meaning cannot justify its own existence. But then what of this mysterious Nyarlathotep entity? Well, while we do not see him again in this game, you could say that his gambit here in this game isn't quite finished yet, as Kandori's defeat does not resolve the core problem. The ideal world collapses completely, but Maki's fractured psyche has not been healed. It has only lost the illusion that kept it together. Within Maki's subconscious, the emotional damage caused by her isolation, illness, and self-hatred remains unsolved. Ideal Maki realizes that she is indeed not real, but rather just a concept born from the real Maki, something which the Ideal Maki struggles with a great deal, as she now feels as though her very identity has been stripped from her, and so too falls into despair. Aki is now terribly upset that Kandori is dead, and consumed by this despair of her daddy being gone forever, she changes and manifests into something far more dangerous than anything the party has faced till now. Born from all the emotions of Maki, from all of this despair, the final antagonist of the game emerges, that of Pandora. Pandora is explicitly identified as the manifestation of Maki's negative emotions, her despair, fear, loneliness, and the belief that happiness is unattainable. Pandora is based on the story of Pandora's box. In Greek mythology, Pandora is the first woman, created by the gods as a response to humanity receiving forbidden knowledge and power, most famously through Prometheus's gift of fire. Zeus orders her creation not as a blessing, but as a beautiful consequence. Each god contributes something to Pandora: beauty, charm, persuasion, curiosity. Gifts that are not evil, but destabilizing. Pandora is given a sealed container, often mistranslated as a box, but originally it was a pithos, or a large jar, and warned not to open it. Inevitably, she does open it out of curiosity, and when Pandora lifts the lid, the contents escape into the world, and from there, suffering, old age, toil, grief, and death enter into reality. Horrified, she slams the container shut, but with one thing remaining inside of the box: hope. The one thing left for humanity to fight all these things that are now filling the world. It's a story that at its core is about the curiosity of humanity, and how in reality, suffering is so too part of the human condition. That suffering is not punishment, it is a cost of being fully human. But then there is that hope. And herein lies a sort of debated aspect of this myth. Does hope being the last thing in the box symbolize how even after suffering enters the world, humans are not abandoned, that hope always remains and endures, and that in spite of suffering, life remains worth living? Or does it symbolize a darker truth, that of a cruel delay? Does hope keep humans striving in a broken world, preventing acceptance or surrender, and the prolonged suffering by making it just bearable? The myth intentionally leaves this unresolved. No matter which perspective one falls under, though, psychologically it represents very much the unconscious mind, opened without warning. And in the context of Maki's feelings represents something deeper, not denial or resentment, but the belief that suffering makes existence meaningless. Nyarlathotep once again intervenes, encouraging Pandora's birth. His goal is not simply destruction, but rather proof. Proof that when humans confront the truth of their pain, they will always choose oblivion rather than endure it. Pandora begins to overwrite reality, threatening to erase the world entirely, and this causes the party to have to act fast as they make it to the other side one last time through using Mai and Aki's compact mirrors. But in order to reach Pandora, they will need the third compact, which only the real Maki holds. But first, they need to confront the ideal Maki and convince her to join them again, and push her past her despair to help them face the real Maki. Ideal Maki is further into the lost forest on the other side, and the party ultimately have to face her, with her wearing this mask that shows no expression, no face, symbolizing how she feels worthless, her identity stripped as only a piece of a person. You might say she is but a shadow, a mask of the real Maki. However, the party is ultimately able to convince her to join their side, especially after Nanjo in particular gives her some rather harsh words, and the player is given the option to push her into continuing to live in spite of this new revelation. Once this is done, however, the real Maki, while her body is physically in the real world, strapped to this bed and machine that's keeping her barely alive. Her very soul, her true essence, is no longer there. It now resides in the Sea of Souls, a place that largely is meant to represent the collective unconscious as a whole. Philemon himself informs the party that the real Maki's soul is about to return to this sea permanently and prematurely, and calls out for the protagonist and her ideal self to venture in and save her.
Well done in returning here. I see my faith in you was not misplaced. The Elia cavern behind this shrine leads to the sea of all mankind's souls. All souls are born there, and someday return there. Maki Sanomura's soul is about to return to that sea right now. It calls for you, and for her ideal self. Now go. Only those who have been called may enter that cavern. Work together to help the lost soul.
It's here where at one point, you will face someone who looks just like you, the main character, playing a video game. And this is sort of meant to be a metatextual moment, where you, the player, are given a moment to see your past actions and what choices you made throughout the journey up until this point. And while it's not much more than that, it does showcase how far you've come. And furthermore, this collective unconscious version of yourself gives you a bunch of stones that are capable of turning both you and your party's personas into their ultimate forms, representing the journey they had gone through to get to this point, and where they stand by the end of it all. Something that we'll dive into shortly, actually. But first, after this encounter, you then come across a giant, dark, star-filled expanse in the Sea of Souls. There they find Maki encasing herself in a bubble. The real Maki wishes that the ideal Maki was the one who was born instead of her, and laments her own existence. But the ideal Maki confronts her, telling her to stop talking like that, and asks her if she's ever tried to make things better. That all she ever did was hide under her sheets and cry, but says that now that they have the chance to change things for the better. The ideal Maki points out that the real Maki has all of these friends who she should cherish, as she has come to cherish them on the journey that she's been on. And the ideal Maki asks the real Maki, doesn't it feel like nothing's impossible when you're with them? And in the end, the real Maki decides that she does want to try and see what happens, and gives them both her compact as well, allowing them access into the final dungeon of the game, that of the Avidya world, where Pandora awaits you, and where the game frankly gets a pretty sharp fucking difficulty spike as far as the kind of enemies and stuff you'll be facing in here, so you'll need to go in extra prepared for it. And luckily for you, if you leveled up enough and have the right means, you and your party members might be able to create their ultimate personas, though truth be told, you would need to grind a lot to be able to get access to all of these at this point. But nonetheless, let's quickly see what those ultimate personas actually are. Our protag's Seimin Kongu persona awakens into that of Amon-Ra, or the fusion of two major Egyptian gods. Amun, a hidden mysterious creator force, and Ra, the visible sun god, source of life and order. When combined, Amon-Ra becomes the supreme deity of the Egyptian pantheon, especially during Egypt's New Kingdom period. Symbolically, Amon-Ra embodies both the invisible, unknowable divine essence, as well as the visible, with the sun and its daily life-giving force. Together, he symbolizes a universe governed by forces we can feel and see, but never fully understand. And more than that, Amon-Ra is often described as self-created, having brought himself into existence. Symbolically, this represents pure creative potential, an existence arising from will, not inheritance, which I think fits you, the player, and your own creative choices and expression of those choices, reflecting on you and your character at this point in the game, since, well, you made all the right choices along the way to be able to create this new persona for yourself and to be able to face Pandora head on. Though, truth be told, there is actually one more persona that is technically connected with our main character as well. One that can be seen on the front cover and on all the loading screens in the original Revelations Persona PS1 release, and one whom I've shown some pretty sick paintings of throughout this video. That of Vishnu, a persona that you can only obtain after collecting every other persona spell card in the game, which is well, let's just say it's gonna take a long time if you do end up wanting to go for this. However, for your reward, you get this really fucking coolly designed persona. But then, what of Vishnu's connection to the main character? Vishnu is one of the principal deities of Hinduism, and is regarded as the preserver and protector of the universe. Within the major divine trinity, known as the Trimurti, Vishnu's role is to maintain cosmic order and protect creation whenever it is threatened by chaos or evil. The other two members of this triad are Brahma, the creator, and Shiva, the destroyer or transformer, respectively. Vishnu is often depicted with blue skin and 4 arms, holding symbolic objects that represent different aspects of his powers and responsibilities. These include the conch shell, symbolizing the sacred sound of creation, the discus, representing divine justice and the destruction of ignorance, the mace, symbolizing strength and authority, and the lotus, which represents purity, cosmic order, and spiritual awakening. Here in this game, however, he looks like a sick-ass vampire demon or something like that. So, yeah. Overall, though, Vishnu largely symbolizes preservation, order, and cosmic balance, which I suppose broadly connects to you in trying to help Maki, but also in the fact that at this point, to have gotten this persona, you will have obtained literally every other demon in the game. Means that you managed to negotiate and convince every other demon in the game into joining your side, which could be seen as, broadly speaking, bringing a kind of cosmic balance and preserving all these demons into something greater. Mark's persona, Ogun, then awakens into Susanoo, one of the most important gods in Japanese mythology, best known as the god of storms, chaos, and transformation. He is part of the core divine triad, alongside his sister, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and brother, Tsukiyomi, the moon god. Susanoo represents the messy, volatile forces that disrupt the world, but also drive it forward. The forces that shatter stagnation and destruction that clears the ground for renewal, which I suppose fits Mark's no bullshit attitude, and especially as he stands up for several characters along the way, and even up to Nanjo at some point, in a moment in the story where everyone else, if they had listened to Nanjo, things would have turned out for the worst. In that initially Nanjo thought that perhaps Maki should just be left to die, or that maybe she should be killed so that they could get rid of the other world the most easily, whereas Mark chooses to stand up for her and chooses to take the more difficult path in facing Pandora. And while this was done out of love and care for Maki, it's also meant to symbolize that sometimes the emotional answer can at times bring clarity towards things as well, rather than simply the most logical answer, which is the one that Nanjo had come up with. Also, his design here with the fucking skull and everything just goes really fucking hard. Nanjo's Aizen Muyo awakens into that of Yamaoka, like actually Yamaoka, his butler and caretaker. The butler becomes his ultimate persona, which I think is not only super cool and rather sweet, but it also showcases how myths can be created in mere moments, and that to Nanjo, his butler was a mythical figure to him. Through his action and kindness, and his ultimate sacrifice, Yamaoka had become something that will never leave Nanjo now, which is pretty damn cool. Next, Brown's Nemhane awakens into Tyr, a god from Norse mythology, best known as the god of law, justice, oaths, and honorable war. Unlike Odin, who is of wisdom, or Thor, which is of strength, Tyr represents something colder and stricter, the idea that justice sometimes demands personal sacrifice, such as the case with his missing hand taken from him by the Wolf of Fenrir, this symbolizing Brown's newfound courage and will to put himself on the line, to possibly sacrifice himself for his friends, and finally be a man of justice. No longer simply someone pretending, but the real, true blue deal. Eriko's Nike awakens into the angel of Michael, one of the most important angelic figures in Christianity, who appears not as a gentle messenger, but as a warrior, protector, and judge, the embodiment of divine justice in action. Michael is traditionally portrayed as the leader of the heavenly armies, as well as a defender of humanity, the angel who opposes Satan and the forces of chaos, and a guardian of cosmic and moral order. And so I think it's a pretty clear upgrade from the Nike, in that now Eriko is even more determined in her goals. She now leads the charge against evil and chaos, and in some sense, I'd also argue her transformation reflects the gravity of their enemy, not just simply Pandora, but without them even knowing, that of Nyarlathotep, the enemy, the entity of many names, and in many ways, an entity that could be seen as being very similar, or even exactly that, of Satan himself. Yuka's Hori transforms into Freyr, a major god in Norse mythology, associated with fertility, prosperity, peace, and the natural cycle of life. Freyr's most important myth is also his most tragic, and the one I believe is connected to Yuka. Freyr falls deeply in love with the giantess Greyr and gives away his magical sword, a weapon that fights on its own, in order to win her love. This act has a consequence. Freyr gains love and union, but at Ragnarok, he must face the fire giant Surtur without his sword, meaning that he is destined to die, showcasing symbolically, however, that love requires risk, and that creation often demands giving something up. Growth is not free, it costs power. Freyr is strong enough to choose softness, even knowing the price. I'd say it's mostly connected with Yuka in the sense that she now considers the future more often. She doesn't live only in the moment anymore, as the story of Freyr is not a story of Freyr making a mistake. He knows what the price of giving this sword up is. It is instead a conscious choice out of love, even knowing that it would have consequences, suggesting that while Yuka herself will more than likely keep her sassy attitude, she'll understand that her actions and words do hold some weight. Meanwhile, Reiji actually changes his Arcana from that of the devil to that of death, symbolically showcasing that if you chose to take him along for this journey with you, and had him help you in defeating and ultimately killing Kandori, that Reiji finds that it doesn't bring him any satisfaction. And yet, with his death comes the death of his worldview, and the facing of himself, as well as the starting of something new. His persona Bress then changes into that of Mot, a god in the ancient Canaanite mythology, best known as the personification of death, drought, and sterility. Mot is not evil, however, he is inevitable, and I would say that this fits Reiji once again, in that death has now defined him, and from this he must now start something new. His grudge is dead, but in that death, he now carries that weight into the future, like a coffin, with him now having to define where his life takes him next. Meanwhile, with Yukino, while you can only do this during the Snow Queen quest, I figured I might as well note too that her persona of Vesta awakens into its ultimate form, into that of Durga, one of the most important goddesses in Hindu tradition, revered as the Divine Mother and the supreme embodiment of protective power, righteous violence, and cosmic balance. She is often described as the warrior mother, and well, I suppose that pretty much defines Yukino's character pretty well, as I've noted earlier, perhaps showing that she's gone through less of a character arc, and more so has just simply gained more confidence in her abilities and desire in wanting to protect others. But then, what of Maki? Well, her Maso awakens into that of Verdandi, one of the three Norns in Norse mythology, the goddess who governs fate, where her sisters Urd and Skuld represent what has been and what will be. Verdandi embodies what is happening now, the living, unfolding moment, which I think clearly represents Maki's change of perspective to live in the present, as while the past is fixed and the future is often dark or unknown, the present is alive and allows one to act upon their free will and change the future with it as well, something the ideal Maki and the rest of the party intend on doing in facing off against Pandora. This grotesque entity that appears to be a fleshy cocoon of sorts that writhes with pain in this chamber of suffering. In the final battle and culmination of all these things, Pandora repeatedly asserts that hope is a lie and that existence is nothing more than suffering. She claims that dreams only bring disappointment, and that humanity is incapable of enduring reality as it truly is. At this moment, Maki confronts Pandora directly. She acknowledges her pain, her fear, and her jealousy towards those who live freely while she was confined to the hospital bed. Crucially, she does not deny these feelings. However, nor does she allow them to define her existence. By accepting all parts of herself, including the ones that she hates, Maki weakens Pandora. Pandora loses her foundation, as she only exists because Maki rejected her own suffering. Before it's all over, the cocoon breaks, and Pandora's true form as a butterfly emerges, representing the change of the self. I suppose I'll also note here as well that this final boss can be quite difficult, with its extremely hard-hitting attacks, as well as it constantly shifting between its two different attack patterns, and thus also its weaknesses with it as well. And both versions of the final boss theme here are quite epic in their own way. However, in the end, with the party's help, Pandora is ultimately defeated, as Maki finally accepts all parts of herself, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and can now finally stop perpetually keeping herself stuck in place. She can transform into a new person, the one that she wants to be, her true self. She can finally break free of the cocoon of her own making and emerge a butterfly. With the defeat of Pandora also ends Nyarlathotep's experiment. While Nyarlathotep himself is not destroyed, his attempt to prove humanity's weakness ultimately fails. Well, at least for now. Such an entity surely wouldn't give up so easily now, would it? After Pandora's defeat nonetheless, reality fully stabilizes. The supernatural phenomena vanishes, and Mikagasho returns to normal. Most people have no memory of the events that transpired, as the influence of the Deva system and the ideal world fades from existence, alongside that of the ideal Maki, while the real Maki awakens in the hospital as her true, unified self. She remains physically weak, but emotionally whole. The party members part their ways and return to their ordinary lives as high school students. There is no public recognition of their actions and no grand reward, but remains as the personal growth each character has achieved through confronting their personas, manifestations of their true selves. The ending of Persona does not promise a perfect world, but instead it affirms that reality, with all its suffering and imperfection, is preferable to illusion or annihilation. The defeat of Pandora is not the destruction of pain, but the rejection of despair as an answer to pain. Humanity survives not because it is flawless, but because it was willing to face itself. So, I suppose it's time we address a funny little detail. You probably noticed that throughout this whole video that I've been using a lot of visuals from what looks to be a manga adaptation of Persona 1, and that's because there is indeed a manga adaptation of the game, one that is both pretty faithful to the story, but also, interestingly enough, adds some more new details to both the main narrative, but more prominently to each and every one of the characters, including giving the main character, who again was pretty much just a self-insert for you in the game, instead now has a full-on personality, a name, and backstory that ties everything together in a really interesting way that I actually, for the most part, genuinely enjoy. So I figured, while we're here, we might as well quickly talk about some of that stuff and what those changes from this manga version entail. To start, on just a totally visual note, the manga is written and illustrated by Shinshu Uda, and I personally love how she depicts the characters, with all of them having a soft, almost shoujo manga-like fluff and sense of dreamlike beauty. The characters are expressive, and there's just some panels that straight up go super fucking hard, visually, especially when there's a fight scene going on, or when there are moments where the city or environment are allowed to sort of exist on a page or a panel all by themselves, with the many times having this almost liminal sort of atmosphere. Not to mention how beautifully many of the concepts and the symbolism that we've spent so much time talking about in this video are depicted here, which again is a strong reason as to why I chose to show them when describing certain scenes and scenarios in the game. The atmosphere of the manga is both the same but also emphasized. At one point, Eriko actually notes how this whole experience feels like a Stephen King novel, and funnily enough, I would say that this pretty perfectly describes the vibe of the manga at times as well. I also love how the hair is so very often drawn in this dramatic fashion, like no matter what, there's always this current of air flowing through each and every battle. And so many of the characters' expressions really just give so much more, well, personality to them than really the game ever had. Of course, in some ways it's not fair to compare scenes in the game to the manga, since while moments like the Harem Queen, for example, are sort of emotional and significant in the game, they are about 30 times fold in the manga with how expressive the art and emotions on display here are. The game can have Chisako talking about how she feels and describing why she's doing the things she's doing, but the manga actually shows why, goes into flashbacks, and really gives a sense of gravitas to that scene, and really pretty much every scene in the game is just given so much more gravitas in the manga. Hell, even little things like Aki attacking the group with her big fat fucking ratatouille that goes kablooey. Then the game is kind of a funny little fight that I think I actually completely forgot to bring up during my synopsis of the game, but is a whole ass scene and character moment for several of the characters in the manga here. And on that note, the biggest change story-wise is that of the main character, who now is not only a full-fledged character, but also, like Maki, is one of the thematic cores of this tale as well. His name is Naoya Todo, and personality-wise is sort of this nice but mysterious and aloof character, who at some point others note as being a bit hard to fully know. He puts up emotional walls around himself, and shares very little of himself in general, despite him generally getting along with most. This of course changes as the story goes on and he opens up more, but what I really like about this characterization is it really gives a sense of progression to the story. And there's scenes like this in particular early on when Toto does something really heroic and kind of badass to save everyone from some demons, and the others note how they never knew that he had that in him, and how it was cool. They note sort of offhandedly how it's hard to ever know fully what he's capable of. And when he comes to understand that others see him as sort of hard to know, he's kind of nonchalant but almost slightly surprised by it, as he himself didn't necessarily perceive himself that way. But it is true nonetheless. For example, at the very start of the manga, Ayase asks him why he has an ear piercing, a random little detail in the game, but here in the manga he says simply that it's a secret. And that's because, while it is just a surface detail, that earring in this manga, believe it or not, is one of the most important pieces of the story, as it symbolizes his innermost emotions, his trauma, as well as his past. Because you see, Naoya Todo used to have a twin brother named Katsuya, and when Naoya Naoya was just a child, he got extremely sick for a bit, and so his mother and his twin brother actually went out to go and get him some manga to read while he was bedridden. But on the way to the store, his twin brother died in a car accident that day, and to make things worse, his mother, in her grief, started confusing him for his dead brother. It even went so far as to call Naoya Katsuya quite often in her mental breakdown. At some point, Todo starts wondering if it's he who should have died that day, if it was his brother who should have went on living, and eventually even questions his overall reason for living at all, as the guilt starts to become unbearable. And because it was his twin as well, it matches perfectly with Persona 1's symbolism of the mirror and one's own reflection. And because of his brother's death, his own sense of identity, his persona is warped and unable to live beyond that of his brother's shadow, who he is so often compared to. This would eventually result in him stabbing his own ear with a safety pin and putting an earring in, so that no one would ever confuse him for his brother again. And while it is, again, just a small detail, the tiniest of details even, it's now something that Todo has done to himself to define himself. In essence, he's given himself a new persona, a new mask to wear for the world. And yet, who that persona is, who Todo really is something that he is yet to fully define, and something much of the manga focuses on, with a lot of what I'd call very Evangelion-esque moments of reflection from him, with a lot of panels dedicated to his inner thoughts and emotions. It's all great stuff, and even further added upon when the cast are in the ideal world, the other side, and Todo comes to find that there is an identical version of himself in this other world, a doppelganger, and one without an earring. In essence, it's Katsuya, his brother, given the form of a shadow for Todo to face, one who is far more cruel, nihilistic, and careless with others' emotions. A shadow self, and perhaps a part of the real Todo, in the same way Aki and Mai are also part of the real Maki. Other characters are also given more time to breathe here in the manga. Mark is mostly the same, but little moments like him remembering his visits with Maki at the hospital, him being one of the few that consistently visited her all the time, really are quite sweet to see, and kind of makes me root for him to end up with Maki, like the real Maki after all this stuff is over. Nanjo, meanwhile, is again mostly the same, but we are given more time to see more of his past, as while it's said in the instruction manual and implied that he was very often lonely most of his life outside of Yamaoka, shots like this where we get to see him being alone as a child, as well as several other shots that showcase him being alone in a dark void, really visually say so much without saying anything at all. Also, the funny detail that he wears boxers with the number 1 plastered on them as well is also just kind of a funny detail. They find this out, by the way, when they all go to a hot spring for a little bit in the story. And despite the setup sounding like it would be, frankly, just a moment for a bunch of really dumb gooner shit, it actually restrains itself from doing anything of the sort, and is mostly just done for a little gag and character development. Brown is also given much more detail here in the manga. In fact, I think his expressiveness here makes him come off as much more likable here than in the game. Don't get me wrong, he could be funny in the game as well, but I think that fuck-ass shit-eating smirk that he always has on his mug when he's saying stuff in the game kind of makes him accidentally feel more asshole-ish than I think the script implies at times, with him being more of an overconfident goofball and jokester, rather than a smarmy asshole that the look that he has in the game would often have you believe, with his true personality being reflected quite well in the manga by contrast. Eriko probably has one of the most significant upgrades here, because while I already quite liked her in the original game, here her obsession with the paranormal, tropes from fiction, and just general knowledge of the occult and weird goings-ons makes her for a very fun character, especially when contrasted with some of the more serious or brooding characters or elements of the manga. She feels like a good icebreaker. She also just gets a lot of moments where where she is very self-sacrificial to the other party members. And there are even times where she sort of leads the charge rather than, say, Nanjo or the MC does. Also, interestingly enough, while in the game it is implied that Eriko does have feelings for the main character if you talk to her during certain parts of the game, it doesn't really go anywhere, and it's not really explored all that much. Whereas here's given a little bit more focus. It ultimately doesn't go anywhere too major either, but her feelings for the main character, as well as their chemistry together, makes a lot of sense as to why she would feel that way. And again, I just kind of found it sweet. Yuka Ayase is also really fun here as well. Again, I quite liked her character in the original game, but here, like everyone else, she's just given a little bit more time to present her personality, with much of the manga's expressive art really having her shine quite a bit, and she pretty much just kind of steals every scene that she happens to be in the manga. Yukino is also given a little bit more here as well, though sadly both her and Yuka do get sidelined throughout most of the manga, as they technically are only in the beginning and then the later part of the manga where they adapt the Snow Queen quest, which yes, that is something they actually do here in the manga, but I'll get back to that in a minute. Kandori is much the same as he was in the game, but we do get little glimpses into both his and Aki's father-daughter dynamic, as it really echoes the tragic element of Aki's story. Also, you could just really tell that the mangaka loved drawing Kandori aura farming, because I swear to God, there are just so many really cool, dramatic panels with him in particular. It really made me appreciate Kandori as a villain and a character far more having actually read through the manga. I also like in particular how in the manga, when Kandori does become a god, he loves it at first, and we actually get to see him enjoying that at first, but then slowly starts to twist him as he comes to realize that this isn't what he wanted and it's not making him happy. And this is expressed not through any words or inner monologue from him, but just simply through panels of his expressions and overall demeanor slowly but surely degrading, which I thought was a really nice touch. There's also what many might consider a rather controversial change here as well, as during this whole phase, Aki actually sees that Kandori is starting to become more and more depressed, and so she tries to cheer him up, but to no avail. And at one point, she actually changes shape into that of a young woman, and tries to seduce him, trying to give him any sort of happiness, which he immediately rejects, but can't help but laugh at, that she, a literal embodiment of dark feelings, the call for the void, of suffering and despair, sees just how empty he is inside. This is also reflected in the manga when the party faces off against the Snow Queen, which in the manga, instead of being a totally different route, sort of shows up right after Kandori creates Deva Yuga with the Chaos Mirror, and the party jumps through the Chaos Mirror to go fight him, and instead of just immediately arriving at Deva Yuga, they actually end up in their high school, which is now frozen over by Nyx. Though the entire Snow Queen quest is far from being adapted in the manga, as after just a little bit of explanation of what the Snow Queen is and kind of just a brief rundown of that stuff, they ultimately only face off against the Hypnos Tower, while the other two towers seemingly have already been defeated off-screen or off-page by Yukino and Yuka, which is pretty cool that they did that all by themselves, but yeah, it does mean that that whole part is missing, which is kind of a shame, because even if they had to condense it, it would have been kind of cool if they had to face all three of them at once, and there was a big Persona battle throughout all of that. The whole thing is kind of rushed, I won't lie, honestly, but it's just cool that the manga managed to include anything from the Snow Queen quest into the main story, in a pretty seamless way at that too. So kudos overall, I suppose. When the party finally does go to defeat Kandori, and when he is taken over by Nyarlathotep, this is also given a bit more spotlight here as well. And I overall really like how the battle plays out in the manga. On that note, I should also say that obviously Maki Maki, who is the heart and soul core of Persona 1, is done quite well here in the manga too, and is even expanded upon somewhat, with there being more scenes where we understand and see Maki's perspective from the hospital bed, and how she viewed others' perceptions of her, and how that helped in shattering her psyche. We also see more of the ideal Maki's personality here too on full display, and her character is given much more attention as well, because there is a very important difference in the manga version compared to the game version, and that's the ending. Though the events may be the same, the emotional core of it is a little bit different. See, before they ultimately go to face Pandora, when Maki and Todo end up going into the collective unconscious to save the real Maki, we end up getting several chapters dedicated to Todo facing off against his doppelganger, Katsuya / himself, once and for all, which is really just his shadow. Which I'll admit, by this point in the manga, I did find this part of the story was somewhat bringing down the pace of the story a little bit. Don't get me wrong, I do love the idea of Todo having to face his shadow, and it being not only a reflection of himself, but also that of his dead twin. It's all very clever, and once again pairs well with the mirror motif of the game. But here it's given so much center stage that it kind of feels like Maki's story, and ultimately the final battle of Pandora is kind of pushed to the side just a little bit to give way more attention to Todo's story. And while I get that he is the main character here, so maybe that makes more sense thematically for the manga, but still I figured I might as well note it. All the same though, essentially Aki tries to convince Todo to destroy his shadow self once and for all, but instead Todo comes to terms with himself and accepts his shadow as part of him, a la Persona 4 style, foiling Aki and by extension Pandora's plans. And after this, we then reach the final battle against Pandora, who does look quite cool in the manga. In the manga, Eriko yet again gets a moment to shine in sacrificing herself with the Recarmdra spell, which in the game allows you to fully heal your whole team, but in exchange sacrifices your life, which was pretty cool to see given such a dramatic showcase here in the manga. She does end up getting revived by Maki shortly after, but still, after fighting for a bit, as Pandora seems truly unstoppable, the ideal Maki ends up asking that Todo and the others trust in her. As she approaches Pandora, allows her to fully consume her, thus allowing Pandora to be a complete entity with the ideal Maki inside of her as well. And while at first Pandora is ecstatic to finally be at full power, destroy everyone and everything, she eventually finds, as all her friends seem to never give up, as they keep changing to different personas and fighting styles, and continuing to resist her will, she finds that their wills, their passion, their devotion to saving her from herself, to begin shaking her conviction for oblivion. And it's at this point that the ideal Maki is able to tell Pandora, Aki, Maki, that if she wanted to, she could have ended it all by now. She could have ended it all a long time ago. But then, if she's still here, she must know the reason why. We are then given this incredible panel, again is very Evangelion coded in my opinion, where we see all of these after images of Maki and her memories of her friends and family. And in that moment, Pandora, the entity, the concept, is defeated as she wilts away due to Maki finding the will and understanding her purpose for living. By this point, it's then revealed to everyone that this other world will disappear, and so everyone will go back to their true reality. And when Maki awakes, she will have no memory of any of this, which is starkly different from how the game ends, where Maki remembers what happened, or is at least implied that she does. But here, the ideal Maki is not just a symbol of her ideal self, but she had somehow managed to sort of become her very own being, and one that became willing to sacrifice herself and her whole world of the other side for the love of her friends. And I just love this so much, as it recontextualizes Pandora's wish for oblivion, for death, into something beautiful and sweet, that a part of her will be dead and gone, as will this whole world. But it's no longer a selfish wish for death, it's now a selfless sacrifice for everyone who she loved. This hurts Todo dearly, as he had grown to love Maki this version of Maki, and cries knowing that he will never see her again, and that even if the real Maki will be okay, all their memories together here will no longer exist. The ideal Maki assures him that it'll be okay, but asks him but one selfish little request: that he always remembers her, telling him goodbye, and then saying, "I love you." Then we have the moment that I think really truly makes this manga shine as something special. It's these sets of panels where Philemon faces the ideal Maki and reveals to her his true face and tells her, "I'm so proud of you." Thematically, I would say the biggest difference between the manga and the game versions of the story, beyond obviously the format, is where the game asks the player to piece together meaning. The manga insists upon articulating it. It's an important difference, and while neither is necessarily better than the other, it is ultimately why I would argue the manga version of the story is a little bit more emotionally satisfying at points. Not just because it focuses on the emotions of the characters and explains the concepts and themes in more detail, but also because it gives them a little bit more room to breathe. And this articulation perhaps feels a little bit closer to how future games in the series will go about telling these stories. There's a scene where every one of the characters' arcanas are described just as I did in this video, noting their positive and negative traits. There's a scene where we visually see Aki run from Mai's body, emphasizing that they were indeed both the shadow, but split apart and fractured by Maki's mind. There's a scene where Igor explains in simple terms what the persona symbolizes, and how it's important to note that you are in control of the persona, not the other way around. I note this stuff because while it may be simple knowledge or self-evident now, with how many of these things are explained in newer Persona games, here is significant because much of these things simply are never really elaborated on in the original game all that much. Now, as I said, I do think the manga can start to get a little heavy-handed, and perhaps articulates a little bit too much after a while, and by the end, when it's still explaining to us what a shadow is when Todo is facing off against its shadow, it feels kind of redundant, and sort of like the mangaka didn't really trust the reader to actually pick up on the concepts without re-explaining it every time things came up like this. And so I kind of do wish the manga could have learned to sort of restrain itself a little bit more, and let the story and the visuals speak for themselves, as there are often times in the manga where, again, like Kandori and so many of the other characters, and panels are allowed to speak for themselves, so I'm not really sure what happened here by the end. But that being said, when the manga is good and flowing well, it's a damn good time. And the art, as I've noted before, is simply just fucking gorgeous. Now, then that does call into question something that others have said before, or I've at least seen others wonder or argue or ask about regarding the manga. That being, if reading the manga is a good replacement for playing the game, since many find the game to not be palatable to their modern palates. To which all I can really say is, well, no. The manga isn't a game, and while you don't have to like the game or give it a chance if you don't want to, at the end of the day, the manga really is its own beast. One that you could say does some things better than the game for sure. And I do highly recommend the manga as a whole, whether you've played the first Persona game or not. as I do think that it stands on its own. But games are games, and mangas are mangas. At the end of the day, it isn't a question if it's a good replacement for the game. What the question is really asking is if playing the original Persona 1 is worth it, or should I just watch some guy's YouTube video on it, or read the manga, since I can't be bothered to play an older turn-based RPG. And if that's really what you're asking, I think deep down inside you probably already know the answer to that. So at the end of the day, either play the game, or read the manga, or do both, or do neither. It's really whatever speaks to you personally, and that's really all there is to it. Okay, so before we fully finish this retrospective, I don't think I could really call it complete without at least mentioning some of the other cool stuff connected with the first game. This will be the part of the video where we get into some real obscure, crazy stuff. But I promise, all this is very interesting, and in one case, changes the entire context of the game's story, I would say. So to start, did you know that there is a novelization of Persona 1 titled Megami Ibunroku Persona Shadow Maze? The novel was written by Naoko Korikata and takes place completely from the perspective of Maki in first person. Though unlike the manga, which I think you could easily read without prior knowledge of the game's main events, since it pretty well covers them all, this book glosses over a lot of events in the game's story. It makes it hard, if not completely impossible, to follow exactly what's going on if you for some strange reason decide to read this book first in your Persona 1 journey. No, this book is really meant to be more of a companion piece to the game proper, and a rather dark one at that. This short novella really drips with emotion and a sort of raw gaze into the mind of Maki, that really both the game and the manga, while they both go into detail, simply cannot do the same sort of justice this first-person novel seems to be able to. As an example, I'll read you the opening bit here, and I believe it'll give you kind of a taste for its overall tone. Quote, "My hospital room is on the 3rd floor, with a window facing south from which sunlight enters. The room is colored in pastels. The walls are ivory, and the floor is a warm cream, and the curtains a pale pink. At first glance, it looks like a bright and clean room, but a hospital room is a hospital room regardless. The bright shades of the walls, floors, and curtains have become ingrained with the smell of disease. I'm not talking about the smell of cleaning products or medicine, that's something else. I truly believe that hospitals reek of illness. This smell has been ingrained into my body as well, and it won't go away. Even after I'm released from this room, no matter how much fun I'm having, this stench will never leave me. It will always remind me that I'm a different kind of human being than healthy people. And that's why I've always spent my time alone and quiet. It's because I don't want the special treatment that normal people always give me. The happiest memories of my childhood are from when I was drawing pictures of my dream world in my sketchbook. Other people would sometimes acknowledge and praise the dreams I sketched on paper. I got into many art contests via recommendations, and even won some awards. But for me, that didn't matter. I just wanted to dream. In my own world, I was always happy. In my dream world, I was able to live a happy life in a beautiful, colorful city, always surrounded by kind people. As I sought to immerse myself more in my dream world, it became more vivid and beautiful. On the other hand, the real world became more and more faded, as if I were looking at it via sepia-toned lenses. That irritating, gloomy stench of illness from the sepia-toned real world couldn't affect me in the dream world, and so I started to concern myself only with the dream world." Unquote. The novel is at its best when it's focusing on stuff like this, and furthermore, this novel is actually the only version of the story that gives an exact date as to just how long Maki has been in and out of the hospital, as both the game and the manga. While you could assume that she's always been in and out of the hospital, it could also be inferred that this is a more recent change to her life, maybe over the last year or two. But in the novel, it makes it perfectly clear that Maki has spent her entire life in and out of the hospital. She's always been ill, and it's instead only gotten worse with time. Which to me, making that perfectly clear adds a lot more to her story, and the depth of her emotions, and why the diva system would take to her as well, as she was someone who was already escaping into her unconscious mind. Thus, a system that would tap into the collective unconscious would of course choose her over someone like Kandori. Then there is the part of her backstory that is quite a bit darker than anything showcased within the game or the manga that I'd like to quickly read for you. It is told through Aki's perspective, but you know, Aki is still Maki, so technically this is Maki. You get it by now. Quote, "A long time ago, I was born in this world together with Mai. At that time, it had gotten dark, so the old hag babysitter, who was supposed to take care of the real one, went home. The real one was really small at the time, so she got scared. She started panicking and had one of her usual seizures. The real one was hurting so bad that she was on the verge of breaking down into pieces. That's why Mai and I appeared to take away her pain. From that point on, Mai and I came to console the real one whenever she cried. But Mai was always complaining about me, but at first she didn't pull my leg that much. However, when that happened, Mai started to suppress me all the time, prohibiting me from ever coming out and tucking me away in a dark place. One time, when I came to, I was at the front. On the previous day, a cage with 2 white pet mice was delivered to the house. However, one of the rats inside the cage was now dead. I immediately understood that Mai and the real one had run away once they saw the dead mouse. I put my hand inside the cage and grabbed the living mouse. But the mouse was scared, so it bit my finger. Furious, I put my hand, still holding the mouse, into a basin full of water. In my hand, the mouse started struggling. When it stopped, I let go of my hand, and the now cold mouse floated to the surface of the cold water. At the time, the real one suddenly came back and started screaming. Then Mai came back too, and banished me to that dark place, using a strong power. I've been sealed in there until Daddy first arrived. Being alone is lame. Mai didn't even listen to my side of the story. If Daddy hadn't pulled me out when he came to visit Mai's place, I'd still be in that dark place. Daddy listened to my story and didn't scold me. He told me that I can do as I please. That's why I love Daddy, and the only place I want to be is at his side." Unquote. So first of all, we're given a much more clear example of her illness, in that she suffers from severe and painful seizures. Even when she was a very little girl, she suffered these. There is also the slight implication that Mai and Aki are almost alternate personalities or voices in her head, though this is not exactly perfectly clear. You could still just read it as her shadow, just all being the same her doing this. It is nonetheless kind of interesting how it's worded here. But nonetheless, this does showcase that Maki, the real Maki, had mental breakdowns in her life. Bad enough that she was capable of killing an innocent animal. This not only adds a far darker layer to Maki as a character, but I think it also makes her more layered and flawed, and also gives more context as to why Aki is the way that she is, and how she was able, as in Maki was able to, manifest feelings so dark that something like Pandora could come into the world. But it also weirdly explains why Aki had that robot rat as a boss battle, and why Aki often has creatures that she sticks on you as her playthings, it being a kind of twisted reflection of that particular moment in time, almost implying that Aki is recontextualizing that terrible event as something of a moment of empowerment, whereas Mai and I suppose the real Maki use it more as a traumatic event and something that she deeply regrets and hates herself for doing, which is why she ultimately sealed away Aki in that moment out of the guilt. Of course, this part of the backstory is not officially in the game, mind you, but man, does it ever feel like it's supposed to be there. Like, it almost feels like the game is pulling its punches now a little bit without it. And it, again, also gives some context to why there is that random robot rat moment. And I don't know, I just feel like it integrates itself so well into the story as something that was just never verbally said. It's a short read overall, but I quite enjoyed it for what it was and what it added to the story. So if this all sounds interesting to you, then I'd recommend giving it a read. Now, there is actually a second novel for Persona 1 that is titled Megami Ibunroku Persona Kandori's Ambition, which was a prequel novel written from the perspective of Kandori, as he navigates the politics of Seebeck. From what I understand, this one has never been fully translated into English though, but it seems like it mainly just shows Kandori completing the Diva system and eventually making a contract with Nyarlathotep to be humanity's champion or something like that. Of course, being humanity's champion from Nyarlathotep's perspective is obviously a bit of a ironic title, but again, I can't read it, so I guess I have no real formal thoughts on it, but it seems at least kinda cool, I suppose. Next, we then have Megami Ibunroku Persona Digital Collection, which according to beyourtruemind.neocities.org is a CD-ROM produced by Atlus for the PC, featuring a collection of 12 minigames, and is set during a St. Hermillan High School festival after the events of the game. Now, from looking at this game online, I was able to gather that this really was one of those like really old PC games that just kind of has a bunch of cool stuff for you to look at and a little bit of interactivity, but not much in the way of completely new content, if that makes sense. And honestly, a lot of it feels like a jungle mix music Persona 1 shitpost in a way, which I'm down for, mind you, but I mean, just check out some of these little movies and music videos that comes with it, and I think you'll get an idea of what I mean. I mean, honestly, I kind of fucking vibe with it though, so I'm not complaining. Looking at what little actual gameplay there is, there are these mini games that seem to have much of the same energy. They're very tongue-in-cheek and obviously kind of jokey. There are like puzzles and a mini game where Browntown Remix is finally living to its namesake by popping out of a fucking toilet, ice hockey with a turtle for some reason, this one where all the characters slide across the gym floor in a race, and even a motherfucking dress-up game. Aw, hell yeah, that's what I always wanted out of Persona 1. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend I really know what the fuck is going on here. It's a lot of Japanese text as well, so who knows what the context to any of this is? But I do think it's pretty cool all the same. And if you'd like a more extensive look into this, then I suggest looking at YouTuber Navia's video showcase of it, which I'll link down below. It's a real fucking trip. This CD-ROM also came with the Megami Ibunroku Persona Digital Collection booklet, which comes with some pretty fucking cool art and additions to all the characters in the game, and stuff that I might have used throughout this video as visuals. It also has some interviews with the creators of Persona 1, all three of which are really trying to look as cool as they possibly fucking can in these photos, looking all nonchalant with sunglasses and like alcohol in front of them. It's kind of fucking funny. I assume this is all kind of part of the bit, or maybe they just really are like that. I don't know. You also have these pictures of cosplayers dressed up as various characters from the game, and these go pretty hard. And they're actually pretty well done. Man, wouldn't it be awesome if we lived in a world where everyone dressed like an anime character? It would be fucking anime world. Yeah, but no. Instead, we live in fucking bitch world. There's also just a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff in general in here, all of which is in Japanese and I cannot read. But nonetheless, I gathered from the tone and general imagery here that this really does feel like a love letter to anyone who loved Persona 1 enough to buy this CD-ROM as a bit of a bonus back in the day. I think more people should know about it, so now you know about it. Okay, next is the Megami Ibunroku Persona CD dramas, which are exactly what they sound like. They apparently cover the game's story and are over 2 hours long. It came in 2 volumes, and yet again you can actually listen to them, or rather watch them in full if you like. And I say watch because they've actually been translated with English subtitles that can be watched via Glenn Mosel's uploads. You'll have to forgive me, I was getting pretty fucking Persona 1'd out at this point, so I only kind of skimmed through these audio dramas. They seem cool enough, I suppose, but I have no strong opinion of them, truth be told. Links once again in the description if you'd like to give them a listen though. There was also apparently a 70-minute audio drama made with the release of the PSP remake, and it's, I think, a prequel from Maki's perspective to the original CD drama. This one's not been translated at all though, so that's as far as I know about it. Okay, final piece of Persona 1 media today, I promise. But could I really, truthfully, call this the complete Persona 1 retrospective if I didn't cover the Persona 1 club book? This was apparently an officially published in 1997 magazine book of sorts that was just a bunch of Persona 1 fan art and cosplays from back in the day. And it's pretty fucking cool. Hell, even the most die-hard of you Persona fans out there, the ones that will scoff at the new fans and probably be like, yeah, well, I started with the first few Persona games. I bet not even you have been fans long enough to have been included in the first ever Persona 1 fan art book before there was even a fucking sequel to the game. That's some serious dedication and love for that original game, in case there was any doubt about how popular it actually was. There's also some really nice scans of the official concept art in here as well, and I really love some of the art in here in general. It feels very before the main digital age in a way, you know what I mean? The type of stuff that you might see in the early days of Newgrounds or DeviantArt. It's also very charming, and you can kind of tell some of the artists either brought their own art styles to the mix, or kind of just tried mixing the original Persona 1 and SMT style with other popular anime and manga art styles of that time frame. What I'm saying is, some of these kind of look like if Inuyasha or Sailor Moon mixed with Persona 1, and it's pretty cool. There's yet again some really old cosplays in here, and yet again they look pretty damn good for their time. There's also some really goofy shit in here too, and it's honestly just worth a look if you've never seen any of this stuff before and enjoy looking at old fan art as much as I do. Again, links to the art book will be in the description. It's all on the Internet Archive. Oh, and also this drawing of Brown getting his head fucking torn off by a toilet demon is it's nice. Persona 1 is a really cool game. It's an ambitious and stylish, unique, creative, and thematically beautiful game. But it's also rather obtuse, esoteric, and difficult at times. Very slow depending on the version you're playing, and ultimately a game that, despite how much I do really love and appreciate it, is certainly not without its extreme rough edges. There is also truly no perfect version of it to play, as I noted, and your mileage with that will vary depending on how much or little effort you want to put into adding, like, say for example, mods and stuff to the PSP version, etc, etc. It's also a game that sadly much of the fandom has come to reject, despite its roots so easily being seen in future entries, and it's setting such a great foundation for one of the best JRPG series ever made. It's also reflective of a series that has long since moved on beyond its original scope or gameplay ideas. For this reason, I can't help but want to sing what praises I have for the game, since I know so few may ever come in turn to come and try and play the game for themselves. But in doing so, I must admit there is something about Persona 1 that is hard to shake when actually playing it compared to listening to people talk about it, or reading the manga, or using past knowledge of the franchise to better see what they're going for here. It's not something that ruins the game or anything, mind you, but as I've been talking about all these themes and Jungian stuff and the symbolism of all these like mythological figures and all that sort of stuff, it's all really cool, and it is all in the game as a thing, but most of it is not really a part of the story or experience of the game. It's all kind of supplementary. Hell, even some of the best parts of the game are in supplementary material, like the book, or the manga, which makes me feel like Persona 1 is one of those games that is best experienced as its entirety, as not just a game, but also as everything surrounding it, and everything that it came to birth afterward. But if I'm looking at it just as a game and I pretended all that other stuff didn't exist, if I pretend Persona 1 only came out and there was never a sequel, would I say it's still as amazing of a game? Yeah, it's still a really good game with a lot of cool stuff, but it does feel like something is kind of missing without all that stuff, for sure. I think maybe one of the examples would be outside of Maki, which is without a doubt the strongest part of the game narratively, as well as thematically and symbolism wise and shit. She's like without a doubt the best part of the game. But when looking at all the other party members, while they all have their moments to shine here and there, they do feel distinctly a bit more hollow in compared to her, which I think in reading the manga really helped me to appreciate just how cool these characters really were and are. But in the game, we don't really get to see them have like full character art so much. Like, yes, I know there is moments in the game where you can go and talk to them and they'll reflect on stuff that has happened, but in the story, like stuff that happens in the story, there's no moments where any one of the characters really get to shine, maybe outside of Nanjo, who obviously kind of propels a lot of the story in convincing characters what they're doing is right or wrong, or Mark, who again has a moment like that. But then other characters like Brown, Eriko, Yuka, and especially Yukino and Reiji just don't get to shine nearly as much. And maybe that's okay for them not to all have that, but I guess what I'm saying, even when compared to its very next game, Persona 2 for example, Persona 1 is definitely just not quite there yet as far as its character depth goes, again, outside of Maki. Even a character like Kandori, who I do really love in concept and in the manga I think is done super duper well. In game, while he is still pretty cool, his character arc does feel a little bit sudden by the time you reach the top of Deva Yuga. I suppose this was supposed to be this way, for it to come off like a shock when you do meet him, expecting him to be this big grandiose character only for him to be apathetic and depressive, so I understand what they're going for here. But still, I think even just the slightest hint of a build up to this would have given it a little more impact in my personal opinion. That's not to say that any of this stuff makes the game bad though, not at all. But I guess what I'm getting at is, by itself, it definitely feels like the game has a ton of beautiful and awesome ideas, but there is just that little feeling of untapped potential that's just out of reach narratively at times, that I think is quite telling that both the manga and the novel immediately seemed to pick up on and gave to it like instantly without very much changing with it at all. In truth though, maybe this does come with the reality that there are future entries in the series that will end up addressing pretty much all my thoughts here as far as adding more character moments and stuff like that. Maybe I'm being a little harsh here, knowing what comes next and just how good it does get next. It is the first entry in one of my favorite series after all. If it started off perfect, I suppose there'd be nowhere to go. And for that reason, while it is still an amazing game, it's probably my least favorite in the series as a game specifically. Not because I'm missing the visual novel-like stuff, or the daily schedules, or the social links, or any of that sort of stuff. It's my least favorite because, again, outside of Maki's story, I wish that there was more moments where each character was explored more, had flashbacks, got chances to shine in their own way, and actually made replaying with each one of the new characters in your party mean a little bit something plot beat wise, even if it's just minor. Not just having each different character react to the story in mostly the same way. I guess what I'm saying at the end of the day is, while I do quite love Persona 1, I do wish it was just that little bit more. But at the end of the day, I do find it hard to hold any of that against it. After all, it's not its fault future entries would be, what they are. And let's not forget that none of those games would exist without this one. That makes the game historically significant. And it's for that reason that I do think more people should play Persona 1. And why I also think that this game should be far more easily available for people to play than it currently is. Maybe re-released on Steam and modern consoles pixels. That would be pretty good. They could either do maybe a slight retouch from the PSP version of the game, maybe have the option to change the different OSTs, and hell, maybe even have the different versions of the same game with different sprites just for fun or some shit like that. I think that's a pretty realistic ask if Atlus ever felt the need to re-release the game, so it's more easily available to everyone. And maybe this is a controversial take, but honestly, if Atlus ever wanted to remake the game, or give it a much more advanced port with new stuff, or more story and cutscenes and stuff added in with maybe a new look, I'd be down for that too. Maybe that would be considered sacrilege to some, but I think Persona 1 could use a little bit more love. Hell, maybe release a special edition where you could get a digital copy of the manga too. I hope more people do get to play the game someday with a release like that, and get the chance to read the manga too, and see the imperfect, messy, yet inspirational and ambitious tale of Persona 1. But then again, maybe that's all just a pipe dream. And perhaps, just as the memes so often suggest, Persona 3 will forever be considered the new Persona 1, with Persona 1 and 2 forever being forgotten beyond their core fanbase. Oh yeah, speaking of that, Persona 2. Yeah, I suppose we ought to start talking about that one now, huh? Next time, that is. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so very much for watching this 4-hour epic all the way through. So, fun fact, I actually had to record and edit this entire video that you just saw twice. Because you see, this video was actually meant to be out a month or so ago. Maybe it was like 2 months by now. But as soon as I had just finished the video project, and went to go to bed and get up the next morning to then render it, randomly, out of literally nowhere, my SSD that had all the data for this project on it just died on me without any means of fixing it. I was pretty devastated to say the least, but I ended up re-recording all the audio all over again, and then went through the time to edit this entire video all over again, bit by bit, while I worked on the Shin Megami Tensei video, actually. And now that I'm here on the other side of it all, I am just so happy to finally share this passion project with you all. I really hope you all enjoyed it. And if you did, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, hit that hype button if you're on mobile, and again, if you're at all interested in becoming a patron or buying some of that merch that I noted earlier, then once again, links are down below. And of course, feel free to share this video with anyone you think might enjoy it. Any amount of support, big or small, is always very much appreciated. But with that being said, thank you all so very much for watching. And until next time, this has been Dylan the Night Owl, flying off.
ヒットポイント回復するなら
傷薬と砲撃で
必死体験仲間を助ける
違いしの玉と反論と石化回復
スト
毒で痛いよ
スポイズ麻痺した時はディスパライズで病気を治そうディスシックいつも戦うみんなの味方僕らの街の